Chapter 1087. Capturing Dishi Bien was not easy. It was even more difficult than capturing Queen Devil Queen. Not only did she have an evil spirit avatar, but she could also eject her soul. But with more than a dozen saint-level experts, and a mobile crystal energy prison, capturing Dishi Bien would not be difficult as long as she was in the first dark domain. From the testimony of the Empire of Darkness evil spirit warriors, Dishi Bien had indeed left with Prince Li Ming and Queen Devil Queen. Yang Dingtian released the void-rending fire, and entered the first dark domain, with more than a dozen saint-level experts. Then, he immediately released the countless wraiths of the million-spirit demon fire, and began to search every corner. The entire first dark domain spanned thousands of miles. It would probably take a long time to search every inch of it. Yang Dingtian searched along the way as he flew towards the place where the void fissure had appeared. After a few hours, Yang Dingtian arrived at the place where the void fissure had appeared. However, this place was empty, and there was no trace of Dishi Bien. Then Yang Dingtian continued to search forward. Every time, he searched a circular area of 100 miles. Just like that, he went deeper and deeper. 2,000 miles, 4,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 8,000 miles. After more than a dozen hours, Yang Dingtian had already searched the end of the first dark domain. 100 miles ahead was the border of the abyss. It was the border of the abyss that led to the second dark domain. Of course, he had only searched less than 1/10 of the first dark domain. Yang Dingtian felt energy fluctuations. Of course, he was not particularly excited, because he had experienced many energy fluctuations along the way, and they were all from elemental creatures in the first dark domain. With the fastest speed, Yang Dingtian and the others flew to the northern end of the first dark domain. There was a long abyss border here. A beautiful snow-white figure stood in the abyss. It was Dishi Bien. She was standing at the abyss border. It seemed very easy to find her. If she insisted on playing hide-and-seek with Yang Dingtian and the others, it would be very difficult to catch her in the vast first dark realm. Seeing Yang Dingtian, Dishi Bien was only slightly surprised, and then said, "Li Ming's intuition is indeed correct." Yang Dingtian and a dozen of the saint-class experts immediately formed a fan shape and surrounded them. "Is Li Ming dead?" Dishi Bien suddenly asked. "Dead," Yang Dingtian said. "Oh, she's dead," Dishi Bien said. But she didn't ask if the Queen Devil Queen was dead. Yang Dingtian and the others slowly approached. "Yang Dingtian, if I don't want to, you won't be able to catch me." Suddenly Dishi Bien said, "I just need to jump down. You probably don't want to see Dishi Bien die, right?" Yang Dingtian trembled and slowed down. Dishi Bien continued, "But she has the netherworld ghost fire, so she's truly immortal. I don't know if she'll die if she jumps into the abyss border." Yang Dingtian didn't dare to make this bet. Although the netherworld ghost fire was powerful, the abyss border was something that could devour the entire chaotic world. If it could even kill evil spirits, the netherworld ghost fire wouldn't be a problem. "You don't want Dishi Bien to die, right?" Dishi Bien suddenly said. Yang Dingtian said, "Of course." Then, Yang Dingtian raised his guard, afraid that she would propose some excessive condition. In the end, she smiled slightly and said, "I don't want Dishi Bien to die either. If she doesn't die, I won't be killed. So, I'm safer than the Devil Queen. I'll surrender." Then she raised her hand, indicating that she wouldn't resist. More than a dozen saint-level experts stepped forward and formed a powerful energy prison, trapping Dishi Bien. Then, Yang Dingtian and the others captured Dishi Bien and left the first dark realm, returning to the human world. 20 hours later, first-grade evil spirit Dishi Bien was escorted to the hell prison of Mount Buzhou. From then on, the entire evil ways, except for the demon king Wentian, was completely captured. Then the Council of Light entered a very busy process. They wanted to convict all evil spirit warriors and all members of the evil ways. The members of the Council of Light proposed that all evil spirit warriors of the Empire of Darkness should be executed, not leaving a single one alive. Moreover, this proposal was approved by most people. Only Yang Dingtian objected. Of course, his objection wasn't because he was indecisive. It was because there was a spy hidden among this group of evil spirit warriors. To be precise, this spy had already helped Yang Dingtian before he became an evil spirit warrior. For example, when Yang Dingtian was injured and went to the Nether Sea to recuperate, the spy had once passed the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to Yin Yan. After that, he had passed on important information to Yang Dingtian 3 times. The last time was about Dishi Bian being captured by a first great evil spirit. But the key was that Yang Dingtian didn't know who this person was. Of course, he suspected 4 people. One was Lung Ao, one was Yang Zheng, one was Shimen Ju, and one was Qiu Ruhan. Now Lung Ao was dead, and he was executed as a spy. In Yang Dingtian's heart, he highly suspected that it was Shimen Ju. However, Shimen Ju had almost killed him before. But as long as this spy existed among the evil spirit warriors, Yang Dingtian couldn't kill all the evil spirit warriors. Yang Dingtian found Qin Wancho alone and said, "Martial Uncle Qin, we have a spy among the evil spirit warriors. Could she be your wife, Qiu Ruhan?" Qin Wancho frowned and shook his head. "Impossible. He has no motive. He really hates me to the core." Following that, Qin Wancho said, "Sect Master, this spy should be in contact with you. Logically speaking, he exists because of you. So he should be someone close to you." Yang Dingtian shook his head. "I have never sent any spies in evil ways." Qin Wancho asked, "Then who could it be?" Yang Dingtian, "Then I really don't know." Qin Wancho said, "Although he hid very well, he didn't play much of a role in the Council of Light. It can be seen that this spy's position isn't very high." Yang Dingtian, "And it's very strange. He doesn't have any reason to be loyal to me. Then, what's the reason for him to remain unchanging when the evil ways are at their peak? I really don't know who sent this spy, and whose orders he follows." Qin Wancho said, "Now the evil ways are almost completely wiped out. Only the Demon King Wentian is left. He should also reveal his identity. Otherwise, only death awaits him." Yang Dingtian nodded. "After Lung Ao's death, I now suspect 3 people: Yang Zheng, Shimen Ju, and Qiu Ruhan. I will talk to them alone, and hope to find this person. But as long as we don't find him, we can't kill the evil spirit warriors." Qin Wancho nodded. In Little Western Paradise, in a single room, Yang Dingtian met Yang Zheng. Of course, to be precise, he was no longer Yang Zheng. His soul was that of Yang Zheng's father, Yang Yinchong. When he saw Yang Dingtian, he was stunned and sneered. "Yang Dingtian, do you have such a bad taste? You've already won a great victory, and are the ruler of the human countries. I'm just a small character who wants to take over Cloud Sky City. Before you die, do you still want to laugh at me?" His emotions were extremely complicated. For 2 generations, in order to take back Cloud Sky City, he had betrayed Fright and suffered all kinds of hardships just to take back Cloud Sky City from the hands of Shimen Wuxia and Yang Dingtian. But Yang Dingtian had already become the ruler of the human countries. To him, Cloud Sky City was not even a sesame seed. This was the saddest thing in the world. You treated someone as a great enemy, but in the other party's eyes, you were not even an ant. Yang Dingtian said, "Yang Yichen is almost 9 years old. He's very talented and I like him very much. He's my adopted son now, and might be my son-in-law in the future." That was because he and Yang Qin were childhood sweethearts. In the future, he will inherit all the territories north of the Sunset Mountains and south of the Poison Strait. Of course, he will also inherit half of the Chaotic Lands. When he said this, Yang Jing's face twisted. The father and son had sold their souls. They had been tormented for their entire lives, neither human nor ghost, just to take back Cloud Heaven City. In the end, their descendant Yang Yichen obtained everything without any effort, and even doubled the territory. This was really ironic. Yang Zheng smiled miserably and said, Then I should say that I can die in peace." Yang Dingtian said, "You know that I have a spy among the evil spirit warriors. Do you know who it is?" Yang Zheng shook his head and said, "I don't know. Isn't it Lung Ao? He has already been executed by the Devil Queen." Yang Dingtian said, "Is it really not you? If it's you, you won't have to die. If it's you, you can reunite with your son, and even enter the upper echelons of the Council of Light, and control Cloud Sky City, and the chaotic lands. Yang Zheng smiled bitterly and said, "If I say it's me, how can I prove it?" Yang Dingtian said, "That day, the spy secretly reported to me that Dishi Bian had been captured by a first-class evil spirit. How did he secretly pass this information to me in the Empire of Darkness?" Yang Zheng smiled miserably and waved his hand, saying, "I want to admit that it's me, but I can't answer. I can't claim it." Yang Dingtian nodded and waved his hand, saying, "Send him back to his cell, and use energy to destroy his memory." Yes. Two half-saints stepped forward and took Yang Zheng away. The second person Yang Dingtian met was Shimanju. After seeing Yang Dingtian, he carefully looked at Yang Dingtian for a while before lowering his head and saying nothing. This person had been going against Yang Dingtian since he was still a novice martial artist. After that, he didn't know how many masters he had submitted to. Every time he submitted to a master, that master would be finished. Therefore, this person was even more ominous than Lu Ma. From Qin Xiaobai, to Yang Yan, to Qin Qiqi, to Ning Wuming, to Zhu Qingzhu, to the Vulture Palace, to Wu Yuming, to Li Ming. From start to finish, he had changed masters nearly 10 times. Yang Dingtian said, "Shimanju, what do you want to say the most now?" Shimanju raised his head and looked into Yang Dingtian's eyes, saying, "Everything is not over yet. Don't think that you have won. The Demon King Wentian will send you to hell. It's too early for you to celebrate your victory in front of me now. You are too impatient." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "There is one of my spies among the evil martial artists. Previously, in the Empire of Darkness, he secretly passed on the information of Dishi Bian's demonization to me. Do you know who the spy is?" Shimanju sneered. "Isn't it Lung Ao? He has already been executed." Yang Dingtian said, "But I suspect that the spy is you. If it is you, not only will you not die, but you will also have made great contributions, and will be put in an important position by the Council of Light." Shimanju spread out his hands and said, "All right, I admit it. That is me." Yang Dingtian said, "Then tell me, what method did you use to pass on this information?" Shimanju thought hard for a while, and shook his head without saying anything. Then he suddenly said, "Yang Dingtian, I know that after a cat catches a mouse, it will not immediately bite it to death and eat it. It will play with it for a while. If you have played enough, then give me a quick death. Otherwise, you might as well not kill me, and let me see His Majesty Demon King return with my own eyes, and send you to hell." Yang Dingtian nodded and waved his hand. Two half-sage experts took him away, and used energy violence to destroy this memory. At this moment, Demon Rage 2 came in and said, "Why don't you use a psychic warlock to read the memory directly?" Yang Dingtian said, "First of all, the memory is complicated, and it is very difficult to find the relevant memory. The most important thing is that each of them has evil spirit energy. Anyone who enters their brain will be contaminated by the evil spirit energy. Not only will they not get the real information, but they may even be captured by the evil spirit. Therefore, we can't take this huge risk." Demon Rage 2 said, "It's really strange. Now you have a complete victory. That spy has lost the meaning of continuing to hide. Why didn't he take the initiative to expose himself and become a meritorious subject instead of continuing to hide?" Yang Dingtian shook his head, expressing his confusion. Next, Yang Dingtian saw the last person. It was still the beautiful Qiu Ruhan. However, even with the second great evil spirit, Qiu Ruhan looked extremely haggard and pale. Even her big, beautiful eyes were bloodshot. She was suffering from the double torture of thoughts and energy desire. Originally, according to her thoughts, after possessing a second great evil spirit, her cultivation would soar. Then, after the Doomsday War broke out, the Empire of Darkness would easily defeat the Council of Light. High-level evil spirit martial artists like her would become the Demon King Wentian's arms to rule the world. And the Devil Queen had indeed mentioned it to her. After the Doomsday War, the Autumn Water Sword Sect's territory and half of the Northwest Qin City's territory would all be handed over to Qiu Ruhan to rule. Therefore, Qiu Ruhan had always imagined that one day, her husband Qin Wanqiu would kneel in front of her and beg for her forgiveness. Then, Xiao Ruhan would step on Qin Wanchou and Qin Huayu's heads and tell Qin Wanchou that he was blind before and whether he regretted it now. After Qin Wanchou expressed his regret, she would generously continue to let Qin Wanchou be her boy toy. Then the two of them would still be a couple. However, the relationship would be reversed, and she would become the master. But as the evil ways failed again and again, her beautiful dream was shattered. In the end, most of the time, she was imprisoned in the Empire of Darkness like the other evil spirit martial artists, unable to see the light of day or hope. Moreover, the devouring desire of the second-grade evil spirits tortured them crazily, but they could not be satisfied. Therefore, the current Xiao Ruhan really felt like death was better than living. When she saw Yang Dingtian again, she first revealed a bone-deep hatred. Then her knees went soft, and she could no longer hold it in and knelt down. Sect Master Yang, I was wrong, let me go, let me go. Then she hugged Yang Dingtian's legs and cried loudly. Seeing that I'm Qin Wanchou's wife, let me go. I'm willing to give up the evil ways. I'm willing to start over with him. I'm willing to be his slave, don't kill me. Yang Dingtian's legs were hugged by her. He originally wanted to ask if she was the spy, but now there was no need to ask. She was definitely not. Therefore, Yang Dingtian did not ask anything and directly waved his hand. Immediately, two half-saints came over and took her away. Xiao Ruhan seemed to have gone crazy. She hugged Yang Dingtian's legs with all her might and said hoarsely, Sect Master Yang, don't kill me, don't kill me. I beg you for Qin Wanchou's sake, please tell him that I'm willing to be his slave. I was wrong. Don't kill me. She thought that she was going to be taken away to be executed. Next, Yang Dingtian gave a questionnaire to every evil spirit martial artist and asked them to fill it out, trying to find the spy. However, he still did not find anything, although more than 1,000 people desperately admitted that they were the spy. However, not a single one of them got it right. Therefore, he spent a lot of crystal energy to violently erase this memory in their minds. The operation to find the spy came to an end for the time being. It seemed that the other party was still not prepared to expose his identity, even if he was about to be executed. Yang Dingtian was really puzzled. Now that they had clearly won a great victory, why did the spy still not appear? It was meaningless for him to hide like this. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be executed collectively. Once he appeared, he would be a great contributor. Not only would he be able to live, but he would also be given important responsibilities. Having evil spirit energy in his body was not a problem at all. Yang Dingtian's wife, Wu Maji, had a third-grade evil spirit. Even Yang Dingtian had a second-grade evil spirit by his side. It was really a strange puzzle. Yang Dingtian was also very curious about who sent this spy. In short, it was not him, Yang Dingtian. Therefore, this batch of evil spirit martial artists was not killed for the time being. Of course, it would take a long time for these thousands of evil spirit martial artists to be judged one by one. The most important thing now was to completely eliminate the Demon King Wentian. 3 days after Dishibian was captured, the leader and important members of the Saint-level expeditionary force once again held a meeting. This meeting only had one topic. Where exactly was the Demon King Wentian? And where should they go to hunt down the Demon King Wentian? Where was the destination of the expedition? Although many people expressed their opinions, in the end, the mermaid Queen Violet's opinion was final. At the bottom of the sea. To the bottom of the sea. This was because her thinking was closest to the Nagaduga Shuang. The reason she gave was very simple. When the Nagaduga Shuang transformed, she would be filled with uneasiness, so she would instinctively look for the safest place. Therefore, she would go to the old Naga Empire, or at the very least, the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. Once she figured this out, Queen Poisa would go to the bottom of the sea to find the Naga Shuang, and the Demon King Wentian would most likely go there too. Therefore, the Saint-level expeditionary force decided to go to the bottom of the sea to hunt down the Demon King Wentian and find the Nagaduga Shuang. Chapter 1088. After deciding on the destination, the Saint-level expeditionary army decided to head to the Southeast Sea with the 3 ancient underwater beasts 3 days later. In these 3 days, both President Su Yin and Chairman Nehru had to deal with relevant matters. Evil ways had been wiped out in one fell swoop, and Yang Dingtian's family could finally leave the Netherworld Sea and return to Cloud Sky City. After almost half a year, Yang Dingtian could finally be with his wife and children, and Shura Vulture finally got her wish. She could appear in front of everyone as Yang Dingtian's wife. When Yin Wu Maji, Ning Ro and the other girls, as well as Yang Dingtian's children, returned to Cloud Sky City, Vulture prepared for a few days and appeared in her best form. She had even prepared gifts for each child. She also prepared gifts for Yin, Maji, Qin Jiaojiao, and the other sisters. However, she obviously worried too much, because she was welcomed by the children at the first moment. Because she was a Shura, her feet were different from humans, and she could even grow a pair of mighty wings. This image was very cool, and immediately attracted the attention of all the children. As for Yang Dingtian, he played with the children for the entire day. Then, he played with his wives for the entire night. Although there were still 2 days, Yang Dingtian still had one thing to do, and that was to liberate Wulingzi. Previously, he was worried that Queen Devil Queen would use Prince Li Ming's life as a bargaining chip in exchange for Wulingzi's freedom. Therefore, Yang Dingtian did not mention this matter at all, and directly killed Li Ming. This was because although Wulingzi's freedom was important, getting rid of Li Ming was even more important. Yang Dingtian was still unwilling to make a trade on this matter. Before daybreak, Yang Dingtian had already stood up. The first one to wake up was none other than Vulture. Her first reaction was to grab Yang Dingtian and whisper, "Husband, are you leaving?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Last night, among all the women, she was the most active one. Even though they didn't spend a lot of time together, they touched and kissed, helped this and that, and even kicked up a fuss. They never stopped from beginning to end. This was how she integrated into the big family. The Demon King Wentian's expedition. "Do you want me to go as well?" Vulture asked. Yang Dingtian asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Vulture said, "We have so many saint-level powerhouses. How could we be afraid of a mere the Demon King Wentian?" Yang Dingtian, "Okay, then we'll discuss this when I come back from the Little Western Paradise." In this saint-level expeditionary army, except for Yang Dingtian, everyone's cultivation was above the saint level. Vulture only had half of her body, but considering her uniqueness, she was a heaven-defying celestial spirit master, so she might have a special effect in this battle. Therefore, there were people who proposed to let her join the expeditionary army, but in the end, it wasn't decided. "Husband, I want to go." Vulture said, "I have to contribute more or less, or I won't have enough confidence. This is the last battle. If I don't seize the time, it will be too late. In the future, I won't be able to raise my head among the sisters." Yang Dingtian was speechless. So this was her idea. He patted her back, indicating that he understood. Then Yang Dingtian got up, took a bath and changed his clothes. Then, he flew back to the Little Western Paradise as fast as he could. With the speed of the demonic spirit mist cloak, 16 hours later, Yang Dingtian arrived at the Hell Prison on Mount Buzhou. After gathering 4 energy keys, Yang Dingtian entered the depths of the Hell Prison. At this time, there were only 3 people imprisoned in the entire Hell Prison: Queen Devil Queen, Dishi Bian and Wulingzi. Sect Master Su Wu, "I'm here to discuss something with you." Yang Dingtian, "I've already imprisoned all the evil spirit warriors, and Dishi Bian's first-class evil spirit should still have some second-class evil spirits that haven't been separated. So, I want to strip the first-class evil spirit from Wulingzi's body and replace it with a second-class or third-class evil spirit to release his soul. What do you think?" Queen Devil Queen looked at Yang Dingtian, sneered, and said, "Li Ming is already dead." Yang Dingtian understood what she meant. She was mocking Yang Dingtian for proposing such a condition after killing Li Ming. It was really ridiculous. "What conditions do you have? As long as it's reasonable and within my ability, I can raise them." Yang Dingtian, "As long as you agree to release Wulingzi's soul." Queen Devil Queen looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time. First, it was full of ridicule. Then it gradually faded away. She shook her head and said, "Impossible, Yang Dingtian, don't waste time." Yang Dingtian. Stripping a first-class evil spirit and replacing it with a second-class or third-class evil spirit is a very simple matter. Queen Devil Queen said, "Wolingzi's sea of qi and xian veins can't support the energy of a saint-level cultivation. So, as long as the evil spirit leaves the body, it will instantly turn to ashes. There won't even be enough time to replace a second-class evil spirit." Yang Dingtian. If it's done properly, it can be done in an instant. At the same time as stripping, immediately transplant a new first-class evil spirit. The time difference in the middle will not exceed 0.1 seconds of Earth time. Queen Devil Queen said, "Even if it's 10 times faster, it won't work. It will still turn to ashes." In this way, the road to saving Wolingzi could be considered completely cut off. Yang Dingtian. In that case, he has the netherworld ghost flame, so his soul can completely leave the scabbard. I will find a body that has completely lost consciousness, then let his soul leave the scabbard and take over the body. Queen Devil Queen said, "First-class evil spirits won't let his soul leave the scabbard. His first-class evil spirit will suppression has already been activated, unless it's on a complete evil spirit tree. And you also know that the other half of the evil spirit tree has already been taken away by your Naga. In this way, there was no hope at all. At least until there was a complete evil spirit tree, there was no hope." Yang Dingtian nodded, and then left the Hell Prison. 3 days passed by quickly. It was time for the Saint-level Expeditionary Force to set off. After the final discussion of the Saint-level Expeditionary Force's leader, they decided to bring the Celestial Spirit Master Vulture. Although there shouldn't be any accidents if 90 martial saints were to eliminate the Demon King Wentian, if there were any unforeseen circumstances, and the underwater world had a powerful energy, the Spirit Vulture would be able to play a huge role. Yingyan nestled in Yang Dingtian's arms and said softly, "When will we be back?" Yang Dingtian. "I don't know. If it's fast, we'll be back in 1 or 2 months. Yingyan said, "Then, is this the last time? As long as we eliminate the Demon King Wentian, everything will be over." "More or less." Yang Dingtian. "That way, I'll have a lot of time to accompany you guys." "That's impossible," Yingyan said. "Even if we defeat the Demon King Wentian, you'll still have a lot of things to do. You'll still be as busy as before. But at least we don't have to be alarmed." Yang Dingtian kissed her little mouth and said, "That's right. After we eliminate Wentian, everything will be over." Yingyan suddenly smiled and said, "Yang Yi persuaded me and sister Yao Rao this morning that you'll be back in 1 month, and that we don't have to worry." Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yang Yi was a descendant of a demigod. Since he said so, it was really an auspicious sign. "Listen to your son. There's nothing wrong," Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Then, Vulture came forward and said fawningly, "Sister, don't worry. I'll take good care of my husband." Yingyan smiled and said, "It's already good enough that you don't need your husband to take care of you." Then, under the reluctant gazes of Yingyan and the children, more than 90 saints formed an expeditionary force, and 3 ancient undersea owls set off from the fringe. They set off towards the southeast in pursuit of the Demon King Wentian. In the boundless sea, trying to find the Demon King Wentian was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, according to Queen Violet's analysis, they set their sights on the ruins of the old Naga Empire and the ruins of the Sea Serpent Empire. Yang Dingtian didn't know where the ruins of the old Naga Empire were, but he roughly knew the location of the ruins of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. This was because when he was traveling to and from the Ning clan of the South Sea, he had passed through the Devil's Sea and entered a city of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire, Undersea Maze City. Of course, the ancient Sea Serpent Empire was very, very, very large. It was more than 100,000 kilometers in size. But at least in the Devil's Sea, there were the ruins of the Sea Serpent Empire. Of course, the Undersea Maze City had been completely engulfed by the dark matter. Originally, with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he didn't dare to enter the Devil's Sea. But now, with 3 ancient sea owls and 90 saints, they could force their way into the Devil's Sea. After 3 days and 3 nights, the expeditionary force finally arrived at the Devil's Sea, which was tens of thousands of kilometers away. This place was still filled with towering waves. There was still a 100-mile-wide whirlpool. There was still a 1,000-mile-wide bolt of lightning. The Devil's Sea was still the Devil's Sea, but there was not a single ancient sea owls to be seen. Then many skeletons were seen at the bottom of the sea. They were all skeletons of ancient sea owls. Violets judged that these skeletons were very powerful. The only one who could kill them was either the Naga Shuang or the Demon King Wentian. So, everyone was very excited. They followed the skeletons. All the way south, the trail of skeletons ended and was replaced by endless dark matter. They didn't know how long it was. In short, the whole world was filled with dark matter. However, this dark matter was currently in a stable state and didn't continue to engulf. It was separated from the entire seabed by a layer of nothingness. Along the boundless dark matter, they searched for tens of thousands of kilometers. Finally, a huge ancient gate appeared in front of everyone. Found it. This was the capital of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. Inside were the ruins of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. Chapter 1089. Mojing. Seeing the 2 words on the huge stone gate, all the members of the Saint-level expeditionary army could not help but feel excited. Although the search time was not very long, not more than 20 days. However, this was the underwater world. Especially in the latter half of the journey, almost all they could see was endless dark matter. It really made them feel numb and on the verge of collapse. Therefore, when the gate of Mojing appeared in front of them, they really felt a sense of joy. The 4 leaders of the Saint-level expeditionary army looked at each other and then nodded. Under the order, everyone entered the ruins of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire's Mojing city. At this time, the Demon King Wentian was the only one in the palace hall of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. Originally, Queen Hai Xian and her last Sea Serpent tribe were also in the palace hall. However, a few days later, the Demon King Wentian found that she was completely useless, so he chased her out of the palace. Therefore, he had been sitting here quietly for a few months. Of course, he did not feel the passage of time at all, because in the past 200 years, he had spent most of his time sitting on the throne of darkness without moving. When he left the Empire of Darkness, the apocalyptic war had not yet begun. As the master of the evil ways, he directly handed the Empire of Darkness and the apocalyptic war to the Queen Devil Queen. In the past few months, he had never even thought about winning or losing the Great Apocalypse War. He had almost forgotten about it, because there was only one thing in his mind. That was the Nagaduga Shuang. He had never thought about the apocalyptic war, the battle between the Queen Devil Queen and Yang Dingtian. Of course, he already knew about the Empire of Darkness's Legion of Doom's defeat in the first apocalyptic war from Queen Hai Xian. Yang Dingtian had obtained the Naga royalty sword soul, which just happened to counter the Legion of Doom. However, he was not worried about the battle between the evil ways and Yang Dingtian. Because of the evil ways and the Underworld Empire, Ghost Emperor Wentian would definitely not just stand by and watch. He knew this very well. More importantly, Yongshi Wentian of Little Western Paradise had more than half of the demonic Fox clan's saint-level masters under his command. As long as the dark crack opened, the Little Western Paradise could be opened. When the time came, 40 saint-level experts would rush into the human nations. The higher-ups of the Council of Light would be annihilated overnight, and Yang Dingtian could only become a captive. Even if that was the case, the Queen Devil Queen would lose face. However, the Demon King Wentian did not care about this. He had already sat on the Dark Throne for 200 years. He no longer had any feelings for anyone, including Nihility Piaoling, who was now the Queen Devil Queen. In short, he was not worried about Yang Dingtian's destruction and capture. Therefore, to him, the most important thing was to stop the Naga Shuang and prevent her from entering the human nations to mate with Yang Dingtian. Once she and Yang Dingtian became one, everything would be over. However, a few months had passed. There was still no sign of the Naga Shuang. There were no energy fluctuations in the hall either. The ruins of the demon capital of the Sea Serpent Empire were completely dead. However, he did not care. He could keep waiting. In these few months, Queen Hyexian led the last of the Naga clan to every corner of the ruins of the demon capital. She hoped to find something that could increase her energy. Demon cores, energy formations, special energy creatures, energy essences, and so on. However, reality disappointed her. She did not meet a single living being. All of them were sea serpents who had turned into stone. Of course, she found astronomical amounts of crystals, gold, and other priceless things. She even found things that could allow her to set up a powerful energy formation. However, all of this was meaningless. What she wanted was something that could allow her cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. This involved energy and life. However, all of the life here had turned into stone. Therefore, she had gained countless things but nothing. Therefore, in these few months, she only had one thought. If these sea serpents who had turned into stone could be resurrected, how great would that be? In that case, she could build another hell demon formation, and then put the resurrected sea serpent experts into the demon formation, and crazily devour their energy. In this way, she could break through to the saint level at the fastest speed. One had to know that the cultivation of the warriors of the ancient sea serpent empire was definitely far superior to that of the Dongli grassland. Unfortunately, she could only fantasize. These sea serpent experts who had turned into stone could not be resurrected. As the days passed, her hope became dimmer and dimmer. She had to think about her future. A few months ago, her Naga empire was completely wiped out. She had completely become a huge joke. Therefore, she came to find the ruins of the ancient sea serpent empire, with infinite anger and unwillingness in her heart. At that time, she only had one thought, which was to become stronger and take back everything she had lost. Together with the demon king Wentian, she would completely defeat Yang Dingtian. Becoming stronger and avenging the humiliation was her only thought. However, a few months had passed, and she could not see any hope. She could not help but start to think about her future. The best situation, of course, was that the demon king Wentian successfully captured the Naga Shuang. Moreover, he would personally look for Queen Medusa and resurrect all the sea serpents. Then, the two of them would work together to defeat Yang Dingtian and divide the human countries. However, she could not help the demon king Wentian find the Naga Duga Shuang. Naturally, the cooperation between the two sides would be ruined. What should she do next? Queen Hyexian could not see the way forward at all. Yang Dingtian's saint-level expeditionary army gradually went deep into the ruins of the demon capital. Their speed was neither fast nor slow. The scale of this city far exceeded any place in the human countries. The buildings of this city were magnificent, far beyond Yang Dingtian's imagination. Yang Dingtian sighed deeply at the power of the ancient sea serpent empire, as he looked at the magnificent buildings that were as tall as mountains. There were intricately carved houses everywhere. This was only a vassal of the Naga Empire. However, as they went deeper and deeper, they did not see any life. Apart from the houses, ruins, and countless fossils of the sea serpents, there were men and women, and they were vivid and lifelike, as if their expressions had just frozen a second ago. They continued to go deeper and deeper. The 90 saint-level expeditionary army formed an energy formation, fan-shaped, and continued to advance. Suddenly, the countless wraiths of Yang Dingtian's million-spirit demon fire felt an energy fluctuation. There's a force approaching from 100 miles northwest, Yang Dingtian said. President Su Yen said, "It's approaching us?" "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. Then, the saint-level expeditionary army could directly go forward, or they could lie in ambush and wait for the force to barge in. In the end, the saint-level expeditionary army decided to lie in ambush and wait for the other party to barge in. The reason for this was not because they were afraid. Instead, they were worried that there would be a third force in the ruins of the demon capital. If this force was very powerful, they would temporarily observe from the sidelines and know their enemy. Yang Dingtian used his invisibility mystic skill. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was already at the peak of the half-saint realm, so the range of his invisibility mystic skill was very large. If he did not care about the consumption of mystic qi, His invisibility mystic skill could even cover an area of 100 square meters. After finding a corner, Yang Dingtian used his invisibility mystic skill to cover an area of 100 square meters. The 90 Saint-level expeditionary army all entered this invisibility space. Instantly, they completely disappeared into the ruins. Other than the undead, no one would discover their existence, not even Saint-level experts. The force was getting closer and closer, and it was completely unaware that there was an ambush here. Finally, after an hour, Yang Dingtian saw the figure of this force. Immediately, Yang Dingtian could not help but be shocked. What entered his sight was Queen Hai Xian's familiar face. She was peerlessly beautiful, but she also looked tired and haggard. Not only her, but there were also hundreds of high-level serpent men. Yang Dingtian even saw the former confidants of Queen Poisa, Viper Mo, Viper Z, and the others. The Queen of the Sea Hearts had actually found this place? Her will was really firm. After the destruction of the Serpent Men Empire, she actually traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to find the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. It was obvious that she wanted to use the power of the Sea Serpent Empire to turn things around. However, from her tired and haggard expression, it seemed that she had not gotten what she wanted. Yang Dingtian had once gone to the Dongli grassland to capture Queen Hai Xian, but she had escaped. Now she had fallen into the trap. However, was the Demon King Wentian nearby? If he was nearby, then Yang Dingtian would probably alert the enemy if he attacked Queen Hai Xian and the others. Yang Dingtian, Speaker Neru, President Su Yan, and Yaoli clan leader exchanged glances and communicated with hand signals. Defeating and capturing the last force of the Serpent Men Empire would be easy, but it had to be done quickly. They could not give Queen Hai Xian any chance to warn them. They also could not cause a huge energy fluctuation. Next, more than 90 Saint-level experts began to assign tasks. Everyone instantly locked onto one or two targets. Queen Hai Xian was the strongest, so she would be assigned to President Su Yan. After assigning the targets, Yang Dingtian began to count down with his fingers. 3, 2, 1. The energy of more than 90 Saint-level experts burst forth at the same time and directly entered the bodies of the Serpent Men. In an instant, all the Serpent Men's profound veins and energy seas were locked onto. The Serpent Men led by Hai Xian seemed to have been petrified in an instant. They could not move at all, and even their eyes could not move. The entire process did not even take 0.01 seconds. Queen Hai Xian's Serpent Men were all captured. There was no energy fluctuation at all. How powerful was this Saint-level expedition army? Yang Dingtian removed his concealment mystic technique and appeared in front of Queen Hai Xian and the others. The moment Queen Hai Xian saw Yang Dingtian, even though she could not move her eyes, she still revealed a look of disbelief. How is this possible? Yang Dingtian actually led so many powerful experts to the ruins of the Devil Capital. How is this possible? According to the Demon King Wentian's plan, shouldn't Yang Dingtian have been defeated long ago? Chapter 1090. After capturing all the Nagas led by Queen Hai Xian, Yang Dingtian ignored Queen Hai Xian's surprised gaze and directly pulled Viper Mo and Viper Z into the invisible space again. Seeing Yang Dingtian again, Viper Mo and Viper Z were very happy and said, "Yang Dingtian, the queen is not dead?" To a large extent, they were brought up by Queen Poisa, so they immediately asked about Queen Poisa. They also learned about Queen Poisa's resurrection from the other Nagas. Yang Dingtian said, "Your queen went to chase after the Naga Shuang. I'm also looking for her." Viper Mo and Viper Z said, "Naga Duga Shuang should be in the ruins of the old Naga Empire. In the palace of the Sea Serpent Empire, there is an energy passage that leads to the ruins of the old Naga Empire." Hearing this, Yang Dingtian was overjoyed and said, "Really?" Viper Mo nodded and said, "It's true, but unfortunately, we can't open this passage now, so we can't go to the ruins of the old Naga Empire." Yang Dingtian said, "The Demon King Wentian, have you seen him?" Viper Z said, "Yes, he is in the palace of the Sea Serpent Empire. He is always there. Because he can't go to the ruins of the old Naga Empire, He is waiting for the return of Naga. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. Who would have thought that finding Demon King Wentian would be so easy? Yang Dingtian said. How far is that place from here? Viper Z said. About 100 miles. Yang Dingtian said. Will he leave the palace? Impossible. Viper Z said. He's afraid of Naga's sudden appearance, so he's been guarding the hall all the time. That's good, that's good. The next step was to figure out how to kill him. Viper Mo asked. Yang Dingtian, are you going to kill the Demon King Wentian? Yang Dingtian nodded. Viper Z said. I have a feeling that he won't be easy to kill. His cultivation level seems to be bottomless. With regards to this point, Yang Dingtian had already prepared himself mentally. Viper Mo suddenly said. Yang Dingtian, how are you going to deal with our Naga tribe? Yang Dingtian, we will conduct a trial. If they are loyal to Queen Hai Xian and have committed a blood debt to the human countries, then they will be sentenced to death. We will execute them or imprison them. As for the more innocent ones, especially the former followers of Queen Poisa, they will continue to follow Poisa in the future. Viper Z said. Then what about Queen Hai Xian? Yang Dingtian, she has committed too many sins. She must be executed. Viper Mo fell silent, then nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Don't you want her to die? She has also committed unforgivable sins against you. At this point, Viper Mo and Viper Z suddenly burst into tears. She made us lose the chance to be mothers forever, to become women forever. But she is indeed an outstanding leader of the Naga tribe, even though she has brought great disaster to the Naga tribe. But without her, our Naga tribe would probably have perished. This question was not something Yang Dingtian could answer. Of course, he had an answer in his heart, but he was unwilling to say it out loud. That's right, the extinction of the Naga tribe who tried to develop into Naga was a foregone conclusion. Not only the Naga tribe, but also the mermaid tribe. In the future, whether it was the mermaid tribe or the Naga tribe, they would return to mediocrity, to the original state of mermaids and sea snakes, and completely eliminate the possibility of becoming a demigod race. Even for the safety of the human countries, this would definitely be the case. Thinking of this, Yang Dingtian said, Don't worry, during the Great War of Destruction, we captured thousands of younger Naga tribe members. There are males and females, and they have not yet transformed into high-level human forms. They can combine with each other to breed new Naga tribes, so this race will not perish. Although this answer was not the best, it was still better than the extinction of the Naga tribe. Next, the Saint-level expeditionary army did not continue to advance. First of all, they had to deal with these Naga tribe captives. They could not possibly bring them to kill the Demon King Wentian. Therefore, at the entrance of the Devil Capital, they temporarily built an energy prison and locked up all the Naga tribe Xian Meridians, temporarily imprisoning them. After killing the Demon King Wentian, they would bring them back. Yang Dingtian did not meet Queen Hai Xian alone to talk, because he already knew all the information he wanted to know from Viper Mo and Viper Z. There was nothing much to talk about between him and Queen Hai Xian. After settling these Naga tribe captives, they began to discuss how to eliminate the Demon King Wentian. On this point, President Su Yan's cultivation was the highest, so he had the greatest right to speak. The biggest key to eliminating the Demon King Wentian is to avoid casualties. Su Yan said. Without a doubt, the Demon King Wentian's cultivation has already reached the peak of the saint level. Coupled with the Chaos Emperor armor on his body, even I am not his match. Violet said. He is indeed very strong, but it is not to the extent that 90 of us saint-level experts are no match for him. President Su Yan said. In terms of pure martial power and cultivation, our saint-level expeditionary army is definitely more than enough to eliminate him. The key is how much damage his Chaos Emperor armor can withstand. This Chaos Emperor armor was created by over 1,000 high-level devil spirits. If it is the energy defense of over 1,000 high-level devil spirits, then it will definitely be a nightmare. Violet said. Could it be that 90 Saint-level experts are still unable to break through his Chaos Emperor armor? President Su Yen directly shook his head and said, according to the information provided by Dongfang Bingling, among the devil spirits used to create the Chaos Emperor armor, there are more than 200 of them above level 20. The rest are all above level 15. The devil spirits that have been nurtured in the entire Second Dark Realm for hundreds of thousands of years have already been wiped out. Yang Dingtian said, that's right. At that time, most of these devil spirits were only brought back to the Empire of Darkness with their limbs chopped off and their eyes blindfolded. Because with the strength of the warriors of the Empire of Darkness at that time, even if these devil spirits stood still in fear and were slaughtered at will, they would not be able to kill them all. President Su Yen said, therefore these devil spirits are alive. They were thrown into the refinement formation to create the Chaos Emperor armor. According to the combined defensive power of 1,000 devil spirits, not to mention 90 saint-level experts, even a few hundred of them would not be able to break through his energy armor. When these words came out, everyone was speechless. Didn't that mean that the person on the ship with the Chaos Emperor armor was completely invincible? Su Yen said, therefore if we want to kill him here, it is impossible. We can only capture him. Yang Dingtian nodded. According to this analysis, it was indeed impossible to kill the Demon King. They could only capture him. President Su Yen, is there any energy that is specially used to restrain devil spirits? Yang Dingtian asked. It is the energy of the evil spirits, Su Yen said. But the evil spirits can only frighten devil spirits and cannot break through their energy defenses. Currently, I don't know what kind of energy can break through a devil spirit's defenses. I don't know if your darkness profound flame can do it. Of course, even if it can, your cultivation level is too low, and you cannot break through the devil spirit black armor. Yang Dingtian. Lightning energy ignores all defenses. Can it break through? Su Yen said. If you wear dry wood and leather, you will be able to defend against lightning. The Chaos Emperor armor is even more so. Yang Dingtian. Then this means that we can only capture the Demon King Wentian after he has exhausted all his Xianqi? Su Yen nodded and said, that's right. Moreover, his Chaos Emperor armor can move hundreds of kilometers in an instant. If he still has Xianqi and wants to escape, we will definitely not be able to stop him. Moving hundreds of kilometers in an instant. This was too shocking. President Su Yen continued. Therefore, before the battle begins, we must set up a battle formation and let the 90 or so saint-level experts form an energy prison to trap him. He will not be able to escape. Yang Dingtian nodded. The energy formation formed by 90 saint-level experts was indeed extremely powerful. Even a peak saint-level expert would not be able to escape. President Su Yen continued. Next, we must avoid any casualties in our saint-level expeditionary army. We must achieve 0 casualties. Yao Li said. Actually, our Demon Fox clan does not fear death. President Su Yen said. Clan leader Yao Li, I know that you are very brave and fearless. However, we will either have 0 casualties or be almost completely wiped out. Once there are casualties, it means that our energy formation has been breached. In that case, other than you and me and a few people with extremely high cultivation, the rest will not be able to escape from the Demon King Wentian's vicious hands. President Su Yen looked at everyone and said, most of the saint-level experts present would not be able to escape from the Demon King Wentian's attacks if they were to face him alone. Therefore, in order to avoid any casualties, we must combine everyone's energy into one. The energy formation we set up will not only be a prison for the Demon King Wentian, but it will also be an energy barrier for everyone. The energy in every part of this energy barrier will be equal. It will be the superposition of everyone's Xianqi. With that said, everyone present understood what was going on. President Su Yen said, before we set off, we have already practiced many energy formations. Now that we know the specific situation of the Demon King Wentian, I have decided to use the Heaven and Earth Symbiosis formation. Yao Li thought for a while and said, Old Ancestor, isn't this formation too conservative? It has no destructive power. It will not cause any harm to the demon king Wentian at all. That's right, this heaven and earth symbiosis formation. It had very distinct advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it could superposition everyone's Xian Qi to form an extremely powerful energy barrier. It could be said that before most of the saint-level experts' Xian Qi was exhausted, this energy barrier would not be breached. As long as this energy barrier was not breached, everyone in the formation would be absolutely safe. The disadvantage was also very obvious. The energy output was not the superposition of everyone's Xian Qi, but the average output of everyone's energy. In other words, these 90 saint-level experts, plus the 2 half-saint-level experts, Yang Dingtian and Vulture, would only be a half-saint-level expert. Therefore, the final attack output would only be a mid-level saint-level expert. It was very far from the demon king Wentian. It could be said that it would not be a threat to him at all. They could only take care of one of the two aspects. They could either attack or defend. This heaven and earth symbiosis formation was a classic defensive formation. The one formed by the Devil Queen's Legion of Doom was a classic offensive formation. Although it was very powerful and defeated all the experts of the Council of Light and the Mermaid Empire, its defense was very weak. President Nehru said, "The core of this strategy is to exhaust the demon king Wentian's Xian Qi, and then capture him." President Su Yin said, "That's right. The core is to exhaust. Therefore, this battle may last for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, or even 5 days, 10 days, or half a month. It will last until the demon king Wentian's Xian Qi is completely exhausted, and he becomes weak." This strategy was not very domineering, and did not suit Yao Li's taste. However, Yang Dingtian was very respectful, because this strategy had the highest success rate, and was the best plan to avoid casualties. Yang Dingtian raised his hand and said, "I support and obey President Su Yan's strategy." President Nehru also raised her hand. At this time, it was useless even if Yao Li objected. Moreover, as long as President Su Yan spoke, he had no room to object. President Su Yan's experience was probably equivalent to Confucius from the ancient plain of China. He was one of the founders of the Little Western Paradise civilization. Very well, then it's decided. We'll use the heaven and earth symbiosis formation. President Su Yan said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you probably have to mentally prepare yourself for a boring and even ugly battle." Yang Dingtian immediately thought of some football or basketball games from the earth plane. Some teams won, but they were scolded as ugly games. Because the entire game was a tortoise strategy, especially those games where a draw would win. They were all on the defense and did not attack at all. They dragged the game from the first minute to the last minute. And the battle with the demon king Wentian that was about to begin was such an ugly game. It was to exhaust every trace of the demon king Wentian's Xian Qi. There might not be any casualties from the start to the end of the battle. President Su Yan said, "All right, we've decided on the strategy. We've practiced the heaven and earth symbiosis formation 3 times, so we don't need to practice again. Everyone can remember their positions. Now, everyone sit cross-legged and recover your Xian Qi. The Xian Qi here is quite dense. After filling up your Xian Qi this time, we'll probably face a few days of hard fighting." So, everyone sat cross-legged and began to breathe. After a few hours, the profound qi in everyone's body had completely recovered. President Su Yan said, "Then everyone, let's go and prepare for the final battle." At this time, Yao Li said, "Your Excellency Su Yan, what will happen if the demon king Wentian escapes immediately when he sees us?" President Su Yan said, "He'll escape successfully. We won't be able to stop him." Wuxia said, "But he definitely won't escape because he only wants 2 things. One is the Nagaduga Shuang, and the other is Yang Dingtian." Basically, they're both here, so he definitely won't escape. Su Yan said, "Yes, that's right." At this time, Vulture suddenly said, Then what should I do?" Because Vulture had never participated in the practice of the heaven and earth symbiosis formation. So, she wasn't assigned a position or combat mission this time. Su Yan said, "Madam Yang, can you sense the elemental aura here?" Vulture said. Yes, but they're basically from the ruins of the buildings. The elemental energy of these crystals themselves isn't very powerful. Vulture was overjoyed when Su Yan called her Madame Yang. He said, Unfortunately, I can't sense the power of the dead here. Otherwise, the ancient sea serpent empire has countless saint-level experts. I can easily summon their souls to fight. In that case, it'll be easy to eliminate Wentian. Su Yan nodded and said, That's true. Unfortunately, these sea serpent experts were petrified by Medusa's spirit, but they didn't die. So you can't summon their power to fight. Then, please guard outside the hall, and prevent all forces from interfering with our final battle. How about it? Yes, Vulture said excitedly. From here, one could see how brainless Vulture was. All the serpents had been imprisoned. It was impossible for any unexpected forces to interfere with the final battle. So, her mission was basically non-existent. Then I'll have to trouble you, President Su Yan said. Then he waved his hand and said, Let's go. Immediately, all the members of the Saint-level Expeditionary Army entered Yang Dingtian's concealment area and flew toward the palace hall. Only half an hour later, the Saint-level Expeditionary Army arrived outside the palace hall. He could easily sense an incomparably powerful energy aura. This aura was like the weight of Mount Tai. It enveloped the entire palace of the Sea Serpent Empire. Even an expert with the cultivation of a beginner saint-level expert couldn't breathe under this aura. Vulture's cultivation was already very high among the saint-level experts. But when she got close to this aura, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her face turned pale. Her fear of the demon king Wentian was completely from the bottom of her heart. Even Yang Dingtian felt that his limbs were cold. Still in Yang Dingtian's concealment area, the Saint-level Expeditionary Army entered the palace hall. At first glance, they saw the demon king Wentian, who was covered in the Chaos Emperor armor. The moment they entered, the demon king Wentian opened his flame-like eyes. In an instant, it was like a sharp sword that could tear one's soul apart and steal one's soul. Yang Dingtian's concealment skill could only be detected by the undead. They didn't expect the demon king Wentian to be able to do it as well. However, he didn't do anything. He even closed his eyes. He was so arrogant that he felt that there was no creature in this world that could threaten him. Even the Nagaduga Shuang, who was extremely powerful, had just completed a complete transformation. He hadn't really reached adulthood and become a demigod. Therefore, he could escape at this time. But he definitely wouldn't do it. President Su Yan waved his hand suddenly. Whoosh! It happened in an instant, less than 0.01 seconds. More than 90 saint-level experts directly formed the symbiotic formation of heaven and earth, completely surrounding the demon king Wentian without any gaps. At the same time, the 90 saint-level expeditionary army all revealed themselves, including Yang Dingtian. Seeing Yang Dingtian's first act, the demon king Wentian's eyes lit up. Yang Dingtian actually came here and brought 90 saint-level experts with him. The demon king Wentian was instantly horrified. Chapter 1091. The demon king Wentian's gaze was completely focused on Yang Dingtian. He didn't even glance at the 90 saint-level experts around him. Yang Dingtian, where's the Queen Devil Queen? The demon king Wentian asked. Captured. Yang Dingtian replied. Where's Prince Li Ming? The demon king Wentian asked. Executed. Yang Dingtian replied. The demon king Wentian took a deep breath, then asked. Where's Yongxi? Executed. Yang Dingtian replied. The demon king Wentian narrowed his eyes slightly and said, So I'm the only one left now? Yes, you're the only one left. Yang Dingtian replied. Of course soon there'll be nothing left. Amazing, amazing. The demon king Wentian clapped and said, You really make me gasp in amazement. Your cultivation hasn't broken through to the saint level yet, right? Not yet. Yang Dingtian replied. Amazing, amazing. The demon king Wentian said. A Yang Dingtian, who hasn't broken through to the saint level, can wipe out all of my evil ways in one fell swoop. As expected of the representative of the god of chaos, as expected of the child of destiny. Yang Dingtian didn't reply. The Demon King Wentian continued. What's even more amazing is that these saint-level experts are actually under your control. Yongxi spent 200 years but still couldn't do it. But you easily did it. Can you tell me why? Yang Dingtian replied. Because I love this world. And I want to protect it. A like-minded ally is the most loyal. Protect this world. Save this world. The Demon King Wentian said. If you want to do that, it's very simple. Just eliminate the god of chaos behind you. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yang Dingtian grinned, and didn't even retort. The Demon King Wentian moved his gaze away from Yang Dingtian, and looked towards the saints of Little Western Paradise. In the end, his gaze landed on President Su Yan. He could not help but be slightly surprised. I never thought that there would actually be someone whose cultivation is on par with mine in this world. It really isn't easy. When President Su Yan heard these words, he did not feel any sense of glory at all. He said indifferently, my path more or less ends here. As for your Tao, it will end here. Perhaps only Sect Master Yang Dingtian's Tao has just begun. Therefore, we are far inferior to him. Why don't we stop struggling and surrender? The Demon King Wentian said. This is probably the most powerful force in this world. I'm afraid that even a demigod would have a headache against it. But you still can't do anything to me. The Chaos Emperor armor on my body can't be broken by a mere 90 martial saints like you. As for me, I can easily kill most of you. This is not a fair battle. Then, the Demon King Wentian looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, you've been smart all your life. But now you're stupid. You thought that you could destroy me with 90 saints. But you actually stood in front of me like this. Although I'm the one who's surrounded, in my eyes, you're just walking into a trap. The saint-level experts around you are no different from the skeletons in the graveyard. There's no need to say more. Let's begin. Yang Dingtian directly drew his sword. Whoosh. Immediately, the 90 saints all drew their swords in unison. Like hedgehogs, they aimed at the Demon King Wentian in the center. The Demon King Wentian drew his giant sword, and looked at the forest of swords in front of him with disdain. Whoosh! He floated in the air. More than 90 saint-level powerhouses formed a sphere in the air, completely encircling him. Boom! The Demon King Wentian's body instantly charged toward Yang Dingtian like lightning. This speed even surpassed his Naga royalty sword soul. It was completely incalculable. Just this speed alone might be 100 times the speed of sound, or even higher. Therefore, the huge amount of energy produced in an instant, coupled with the Demon King Wentian's peak saint-level energy, fiercely charged toward Yang Dingtian. The giant sword in the Demon King's hand fiercely slashed at Yang Dingtian's near-emperor-grade soul sword. There was a loud sound. A white light flashed. The entire space trembled. The Demon King Wentian's sword was very simple. It was only fast. However, it was enough to kill a high-level saint-level expert. However, from Yang Dingtian's near-emperor-grade soul sword, an incomparably powerful energy suddenly shot out and charged toward the Demon King Wentian. His entire body was sent flying. Then, this energy dissipated into the energy defense of the Chaos Emperor armor and disappeared without a trace. The Demon King Wentian floated in the air. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he slowly said, Turtle formation. Yang Dingtian said, Yes, turtle formation. The Demon King Wentian sneered and said, You 90 saints and one Destiny's Child actually used the turtle formation to fight me alone. Don't you think it's too cowardly and ugly? Yang Dingtian said, Who asked your turtle shell to be so thick? President Su Yan said, In that case, let's begin the ugly final battle. Swish, 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 swish. The 90 or so sharp swords in the entire heaven and earth symbiosis formation took turns to shoot out sword lights. That's right, they took turns. Although it looked like they were shooting out at the same time. However, because the speed was too fast, they actually took turns. In less than a second, the 90 or so sharp swords had already completed a round of attacks. Each sword light was the average cultivation of the 90 or so people, about mid-level saints. This energy shot toward the Demon King Wentian, and instantly disappeared without a trace. It was all consumed by the energy defense of the Chaos Emperor armor. The Demon King Wentian shuttled back and forth like lightning and attacked. He randomly attacked any target in the Heaven and Earth Symbiosis formation. However, the result was exactly the same. They were all bounced back by a huge wave of energy. The energy shield formed by more than 90 saint-level powerhouses was extremely terrifying. Although he was already at the peak of the saint level, he could not hurt anyone. Just like that, the short and boring battle lasted for a full hour. Neither side could do anything to the other. No one could hurt the other. Suddenly, the Demon King Wentian laughed and said, "Your tactic is to exhaust my Xian Qi and then capture me, right?" The Saint-level Expeditionary Army's Heaven and Earth Symbiosis formation was still attacking crazily. Yang Dingtian said, "That's right, that's what I meant. This is an open scheme. I'm not afraid that you'll see through it." The Demon King laughed and said, "How laughable. As long as I sit cross-legged and don't move, I won't exhaust my Xian Qi. And I have the Chaos Emperor armor. You can't hurt me at all. In that case, when 1/3 of your Xian Qi is exhausted, it will be time for me to counterattack and kill." Yang Dingtian sneered and said, "Wentian, you've been on the throne of darkness for 200 years. Not only have you numbed your emotions, but you've also destroyed your intelligence? As long as you don't attack, 1/3 of our people won't attack either. We'll continue to absorb Xian Qi. With this rotation, our Xian Qi will never be depleted. On the other hand, your primal Chaos Emperor armor can withstand 600, 700, 800, or even over 1,000 attacks from martial saints. But what about 2,000 or 5,000 saints? If we take turns to recover our Xian Qi, the attacks will be endless. One day, the energy defense of your Chaos Emperor armor will be completely exhausted. At that time, we'll skin you alive and tear you into pieces." Then, Yang Dingtian laughed and said, "In fact, we don't even need to do anything. As long as the energy defense of the Chaos Emperor armor is exhausted, the body you're borrowing won't be able to withstand your cultivation at the peak of the saint level. In an instant, it will be smashed into pieces and turned into ashes." When these words were said, the Demon King Wentian's expression changed. That's right, this was an open scheme. An unsolvable open scheme. If the Demon King didn't resist, 1/3 of the saint-level expeditionary army would take turns to recover their Xian Qi, ensuring that the attacks would be endless. If the Demon King resisted, his Xian Qi would be exhausted. Thus, regardless of whether he resisted or not, Demon King Wentian was bound to lose. If he didn't resist, and allowed the attacks to continue, perhaps half a month, or even longer, his Chaos Emperor armor would be destroyed, and his body would turn into ashes. And if he resisted, his Xian Qi would be completely exhausted in 3 days at most. Without Xian Qi, he could only become a captive. And the sad thing was that the saint-level expeditionary army could recover their Xian Qi. But he couldn't, because he was completely surrounded. There was no Xian Qi in the narrow space. And the painful thing was that he didn't care about things like top-grade Xian gathering pills 200 years ago. So he didn't even bring half a pill. He thought of all kinds of methods, but there was no solution. No matter what, his ending was destined. He would either become a captive, or turn into ashes. Suddenly, the Demon King Wentian was incomparably furious. He roared, "Yang Dingtian, don't you think that this battle is too ugly?" Yang Dingtian said directly, "I only care about winning or losing. I don't care about beauty." "Ah, the Demon King Wentian roared. Boom! Then, a ball of dark flame suddenly burned fiercely from his body. Then his whole body was like a raging fire, madly attacking every corner of the Heaven and Earth Symbiosis formation. He attacked everyone in a frenzy. Trapped like a beast, he crazily broke through the Heaven and Earth Symbiosis formation. As long as a gap was broken, the entire Heaven and Earth Symbiosis formation would be destroyed. The Demon King Wentian could instantly turn defeat into victory, killing 80% of the saint-level expeditionary army, and then successfully capturing Yang Dingtian. Boom, boom, boom. In the end, the Demon King Wentian was no longer attacking with his sword. He was completely using his body as a bomb, carrying out suicidal attacks. madly bombarding every corner. Every attack caused the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. Every attack was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. Every single attack was enough to shatter 10, or even 100 Yang Dingtian's body into pieces. But in front of the superimposed energy shield of more than 90 Saint-level expeditionary army, it was completely useless. Every crazy bombardment was fiercely rebounded in the end, blasting back into the Demon King Wentian's Chaos Emperor armor. That's right, this was an ugly battle. But the outcome was already destined. The Demon King's destruction was also destined. Chapter 1092. The Demon King Wentian crazily launched a suicidal attack within the Heaven and Earth Symbiosis formation. Boom 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 boom. His entire person was like a bomb. Every second, he would bombard it dozens to hundreds of times. Each time, the energy was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. However, the result each time was only to cause the formation's energy barrier to shake slightly. There was no damage at all. This Heaven and Earth Symbiosis formation, known as the Tortoise Formation, was just that abnormal. It stacked the energy barriers of more than 90 powerhouses. Such a terrifying energy barrier, not to mention the Demon King Wentian, who was at the peak of the saint level. No matter how strong the energy was, it would not be able to break through. The Demon King Wentian tried to break through a corner of the energy barrier. As long as he rushed out of the energy barrier, he would be able to reverse the situation and start a massacre. However, this was simply impossible. Although his cultivation was the strongest, he was only on par with President Su Yan. Wanting to break through the defense of dozens of saint-level powerhouses was simply a pipe dream. Frenzied bombardment. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. The Demon King Wentian seemed to have gone mad. He relentlessly launched a suicidal attack. At this moment, less than a third of the saint-level expeditionary army's celestial chi had been depleted. However, the Demon King Wentian's celestial chi was almost depleted. This was because he had launched hundreds of thousands of suicidal attacks. The accumulated energy was enough to turn a mountain into fine powder. However, he still rushed out of the Heaven and Earth Symbiosis formation's energy barrier. Not even the slightest gap could be torn open. He was done for. He was definitely done for. This ugly battle could have lasted for a few days and nights. However, because of the Demon King Wentian's frenzy, it might have ended in a few hours. Finally, the Demon King Wentian's celestial chi energy was almost depleted. He stopped. Floating in the air, he slowly looked at everyone. Hateful, shameful. The Demon King Wentian's voice was filled with endless unwillingness and hatred. What kind of heroes are you? What kind of heroes are you? The Demon King Wentian hissed. If it weren't for your ugly fighting style, I would have killed all of you a long time ago. The number of people who can escape from my hands alive will not exceed 10. Hateful, shameful. The Demon King roared. The saint-ranked expeditionary army would not exchange any emotions with him. They continued to attack the Demon King quickly and rationally. The Demon King Wentian gradually calmed down. The way he looked at Yang Dingtian immediately turned cold. He coldly said, I, the Demon King Wentian, am a hero of my generation. How can I fall into the hands of clowns like you? He slowly raised his great sword, and as he breathed, the dark flames on his body burned and extinguished. That's right. I can't break through this tortoise formation. I've failed, but don't even think about winning. The Demon King Wentian let out a cold laugh and said slowly, My energy reserve is at the peak of the saint rank. It has been accumulating for hundreds of years. I've swallowed the energy of the Empire of Darkness for 200 years. Unfortunately, even though I'm an energy body, I'm still human and can't break through to the demigod realm. Otherwise, the energy structure of my energy reserve would have long surpassed that of a demigod realm. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled. Fortunately, the Demon King Wentian was human. Otherwise, he would have broken through to the demigod realm after swallowing an astronomical amount of energy in the throne of darkness for 200 years. Once he broke through to the demigod realm, whether it was the human countries or the Little Western Paradise, it would be a complete disaster. This was just like Yang Dingtian before. Because he had swallowed too much energy, his energy reserve had broken through to the Great Grandmaster realm, but his Xian veins and cultivation had not yet reached the Great Grandmaster realm. And the Demon King Wentian's energy reserve had long surpassed that of a demigod realm. But because he was human, his energy reserve was limited. Therefore, he would never be able to break through to the demigod realm. Yang Dingtian, I've done everything I can to possess you, because as long as I possess you, I can mate with the Nagaduga Shuang and share her demigod realm talent. The Demon King Wentian said slowly. At that time, I can instantly break through to the highest realm of the demigod realm. Taking a deep breath, the Demon King Wentian continued. This is only my first plan. I have another plan. And that is after 200 years, the netherworld ghost fire will bloom again. I'll use the ghost fire as a body and break away from my human body and energy reserve. I can still break through to the demigod realm. But then, I'll be restricted by the Ghost Emperor Wentian. So you've always been my first choice. Unfortunately, it's all for naught, all for naught. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The Saint-level expeditionary army continued to attack the Demon King Wentian crazily. However, the boundless energy was like mud sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. What a pity, what a pity. My energy reserve has already surpassed that of a demigod realm, but I can't obtain true nirvana and sublimation. The Demon King Wentian said in pain. But, my failure doesn't mean your victory. Let's all die together. As soon as these words fell, boom! In an instant, a towering flame suddenly ignited from the Demon King Wentian's body. He wanted to self-destruct his energy reserve. At this time, there was no primordial evil spirit in his body. Once he self-destructed his energy reserve, it would really explode. If it was only the energy reserve of the peak of the saint level, although the consequences of self-destruction were obvious, the energy shield of more than 90 saint-level experts could still resist. However, the energy swallowed by this Demon King had long surpassed that of a demigod realm. It was just that it was limited by the energy reserve of a human, so it couldn't truly undergo nirvana and sublimation. Just like the dark dragon in Yang Dingtian's energy reserve, it could only hibernate in the abyss. And once the Demon King self-destructed his energy reserve, it was completely equivalent to the energy reserve of a demigod exploding. The consequences of that would be extremely shocking. The heaven and earth symbiotic formation of more than 90 people would be torn apart in an instant. Everyone present would be smashed into pieces and die without a complete corpse. In his final despair, Demon King Wentian chose to perish together with his opponent. All of the saint-level expeditionary army was still attacking the Demon King like lightning. However, their minds were already in chaos. Yes, they wanted to get rid of the Demon King Wentian. However, they didn't say that they wanted to perish together with the Demon King. The death of more than 90 saint-level experts in exchange for the Demon King Wentian's life wasn't worth it no matter how they looked at it. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to President Su Yan and Yang Dingtian. What could they do to avoid perishing together? They had to escape immediately before the Demon King Wentian self-destructed. Of course, if they did that, the heaven and earth symbiotic formation would also be destroyed, although many of the saint-level experts present were already shaken. However, most of the members here weren't afraid of death. Whether it was the priest of the Silver Dragon Temple, the Dark Wanderer, or the saint-level experts of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall, they weren't afraid of death. Only the saint-level experts of the 9 big tribes cherished their lives. Therefore, the 4 leaders didn't speak, and no one retreated for the time being. This was because if a few people retreated, all of their efforts would be in vain, and the entire energy reserve would be destroyed. Let's die together, let's die together. Under the Demon King Wentian's roar, the terrifying flames had already swallowed all light. The energy he condensed became more and more shocking, more and more terrifying. He could self-destruct at any time. Once he self-destructed, everyone would be reduced to ashes. More than 10 saint-level experts present had already stopped attacking, and they looked at each other. In fact, they were already prepared to retreat. They were willing to chase after the Demon King, but they didn't want to die because of it. However, at this moment Su Yan suddenly laughed loudly. "Wentian, you want to self-destruct?" Su Yan laughed coldly. "You can try. That's right. The energy structure of your Sea of Qi has already surpassed that of a demigod. However, don't forget that your Sea of Qi hasn't undergone nirvana, so it's still at the peak of the saint level. Most of the energy is just dormant in the depths of your Sea of Qi, and it's just a pile of ruins. Once you self-destruct, your energy level will still be at the peak of the saint level. It's just that the time it takes to self-destruct will be longer, and the strength of the explosion will still be at the saint level." Once these words were spoken, everyone present was instantly doubtful. President Su Yan continued, "Therefore, once you self-destruct, there will only be one outcome. You, the Demon King Wentian, will be reduced to ashes, while all of us will be safe and sound. Not even a single hair will be lost. Why? Because the energy of your self-destruction won't even be able to break through the Primal Chaos Emperor armor. You will be reduced to ashes inside the Primal Chaos Emperor armor, and die a cowardly death." Once these words were spoken, the flames on the Demon King Wentian's body trembled violently. President Su Yan laughed. "That's right. Before you were defeated, you still knew how to scheme. You wanted to use self-destruction to threaten my members, so that more than 10 of them would leave the Heaven and Earth Symbiosis formation in order to escape. That way, you would be able to break through and escape. However, although the ideal is beautiful, the reality is very sad. You are finished." As President Su Yan said the last 3 words, instantly, the terrifying flames on the Demon King Wentian's body were completely extinguished. That's right. His Sea of Qi had only forcibly stored the energy of a demigod. However, his Sea of Qi and mystic veins were still at the peak of the saint level. Therefore, this kind of self-destruction was still at the saint level. Even if it took a long time to self-destruct, it didn't mean that it was powerful. Indeed, it couldn't even break through the Primal Chaos Emperor armor, let alone perish together with the saint-level expeditionary army. Haha, haha. Suddenly, the Demon King Wentian let out a strange laugh. Then his huge body suddenly collapsed. There was no longer any energy left in his body. Just now, in order to perform self-destruction, he had used up all of his remaining battle mystic qi. At this moment he was truly gone. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, President Su Yan was wise. Otherwise, the Demon King Wentian really would have escaped. Just now, when he said that he was going to self-destruct, even Yang Dingtian believed him. If he escaped, it would definitely be a disaster. On the way back to the human countries, most of the saint-level expeditionary army would probably die in the hands of the Demon King Wentian. Huff! As the Demon King Wentian's body collapsed, the flames on his body were completely extinguished. President Su Yan gave the order, and immediately, the Heaven and Earth Symbiosis formation shrank rapidly. Then, it instantly changed and seamlessly connected to the Heaven and Earth Prison formation. Immediately, the energy of dozens of saint-level experts directly turned into an indestructible energy prison, directly imprisoning the Demon King Wentian. The last boss of the evil ways was completely captured. Evil ways were completely destroyed. Chapter 1093. As the Demon King Wentian was captured, Yang Dingtian, President Su Yan, President Nehru, and the others looked at each other, then let out a long sigh of relief. There was no celebration, and there was no time to lose. They directly escorted the Demon King Wentian away. When they left the main hall, they saw Shura Vulture, who was on high alert and ready to fight at any time. She saw everyone come out, and then she saw the Demon King Wentian. Suddenly, she really felt like her worldview was destroyed. The Demon King Wentian was very, very powerful. Logically speaking, it should have been earth-shattering. A battle that lasted for several days and nights. Corpses all over the ground, and the world collapsing. How did it end in just a few hours? And there were no casualties. And the main hall wasn't even destroyed. This was too simple. Vulture stepped forward and whispered to Yang Dingtian. It's over? There was a hint of disappointment in her tone. Yang Dingtian was stunned, then nodded and said, Yes, it's over. Vulture said, It is too simple, why do I feel like it's unreal? Yang Dingtian said, Silly girl, isn't this good? Vulture thought for a while and said, It still feels weird. The Saint-level expeditionary army escorted the demon king Wentian out of the ruins of the demon capital, and then brought the Naga captives with them. When Queen Hai Xian saw the demon king Wentian being captured, she was so shocked that it was as if the world had really collapsed. The demon king Wentian, how insufferably arrogant was he? He was like the ruler of the world, and he was captured just like that? How? How was this possible? Could it be that Yang Dingtian really represented the god of chaos? If even the demon king Wentian was finished, then the entire world would belong to Yang Dingtian. Then, what was the point of her, Queen Hai Xian's struggle? Queen Hai Xian's emotions were extremely complicated, but the demon king Wentian was trapped in the energy prison and didn't react at all, as if he was asleep. A few days and nights later, the Saint-level expeditionary army returned to the human countries, but they didn't stop at any city. They directly entered the entrance of the Taboo Continent's sea region. When they were about to pass through the Hall of Heads, it was the most nervous time. This was because the energy prison formed by the Saint-level experts' cultivation would completely dissipate once they entered the illusion of the Taboo Continent. So when the time came, it was very Wentian was the demon king Wentian. He would be able to escape. Once he escaped would be captured again to escape was Wentian's escape? The demon king Wentian's was the demon king Wentian's king, Wentian realm and Wentian, in the world. President Su Yan used the void-splitting flame to open a huge dark energy door. Then, the Saint-level expeditionary army escorted the demon king Wentian and the Naga captives into the world of darkness. Then through the world of darkness, they entered the Hall of Heads and entered the Little Western Paradise. It was unknown whether President Su Yan was powerful or lucky. The world of darkness that they entered was only a few hundred times the normal gravity, and it wasn't far from the door of darkness. After the Saint-level expeditionary army entered the world of darkness, the energy prison around the demon king Wentian was still intact. Just like that, the Saint-level expeditionary army successfully avoided the illusion of the Taboo Continent, passed through the world of darkness, and entered the Hall of Heads. At this moment, Bolu and Yaozi were guarding the Hall of Heads. Yaozi didn't care about anything, but Bolu was overjoyed when he saw the Saint-level expeditionary army come out of the door of darkness. Then, he saw the safe and sound Yang Dingtian, and the captive the demon king Wentian. Sect Master, the demon king Wentian has been captured? Bolu asked in a trembling voice. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Bolu's breathing became hurried. Then does the Council of Light know? Yang Dingtian said. Wait until he's locked up in the hell prison before announcing this news. Bolu said in a trembling voice. Then I'll wait here. Yang Dingtian smiled at him and said. After he's locked up in the hell prison, I'll tell you first. Then, Yang Dingtian and the Saint-level expeditionary army escorted the demon king Wentian and the Naga captives into the Little Western Paradise and headed to Mount Buzhou. Along the way, although they were nervous and worried, nothing unexpected happened. At this time, the remaining members of the evil ways and all the evil martial artists had been transferred to the energy prison in the Mount Buzhou's snowy castle. The captives of the Naga captives were also all imprisoned here. Yang Dingtian and the Saint-level expeditionary army continued to escort the demon king Wentian into the hell prison. They arrived at the entrance of the hell prison. Yang Dingtian, Neru, Demon Rage 2, and President Su Yan, who were waiting here, each took out a quarter of the energy key. Then they opened the energy prison. The Saint-level expeditionary army escorted the demon king Wentian into the depths of the energy prison step by step. Finally they reached the deepest part. There were only 3 prisoners here. The Demon King Wentian, Dishibian, and Wulingzi. The first time she saw the Demon King Wentian, the Devil Queen was completely stunned. Then, as if she had been struck by lightning, she lost all reaction. He was completely dumbfounded. She sat there motionless. How was this possible? How was this possible? The Demon King Wentian was the ruler of the world. He was the sky and the earth. How could he fail? How could he fall into Yang Dingtian's hands? Could this be my hallucination? Undead Infernal Queen shook her head with all her might, hoping to clear her mind. That's right, this was the truth. This was not an illusion. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. At this time, the Demon King Wentian suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the Devil Queen. As for Di Shibian, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Demon King Wentian had been caught. Then, wouldn't the Underworld Empire's Ghost Emperor Wentian be soon? One must know that among the many doppelgangers of the Demon King Wentian, Wentian of the Empire of Darkness was the main body. The rest of the Underworld Empire's Ghost Emperor Wentian and Little Western Paradise's Eternally Wentian were all doppelgangers. Now even the main body was finished. Then what hope was there? Whoosh 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 whoosh. The Demon King Wentian was transferred to the Hell Prison. Layer after layer of energy walls closed. Finally, Yang Dingtian and the others let out a long sigh of relief. Now, even if the Demon King Wentian fully recovered his profound qi, he would not be able to escape. Of course, this Hell Prison did not have any combat profound qi. After the Demon King Wentian was imprisoned in the Hell Prison, he sat cross-legged and did not move. At this time, the Devil Queen slowly woke up. She crawled a few steps closer to the energy walls, as if she wanted to get closer to the Demon King Wentian. Then, she looked at the Demon King Wentian in a daze, even though his entire body was covered by the Chaos Emperor armor. The Demon King Wentian opened his eyes and glanced at the Devil Queen. He had stayed on the throne of the Empire of Darkness for 200 years. All of his emotions were already cold and numb. However, at this time, the emotions and feelings from 200 years ago gradually emerged. Sigh. He sighed heavily. Just this sentence alone was already different from his usual robotic voice. It was already somewhat similar to the real Wentian. Originally, Yang Dingtian didn't want to save the Devil Queen's deceased concubine, as he didn't want to release her soul. But at this time, Yang Dingtian still asked, Wentian, is there any way to strip the primordial evil spirit from the Devil Queen's body and release her soul? The Demon King Wentian shook his head and said, her soul was originally free. How can it be released? She's just fallen into darkness. Yang Dingtian. What if the primordial evil spirit strips her body? Will she be able to return to her previous state of nothingness? The Demon King Wentian shook his head and said, I don't know. At this time the Devil Queen screamed, I don't need it. Yang Dingtian, I don't need it. I want to live and die together with Wentian. I'm already tired of your Void Clan's tricks and Shiwu Piaoyan's tricks. My fall is voluntary. I don't need you to save me. Yang Dingtian ignored the Devil Queen's madness and continued to ask, is there a way to strip the primordial evil spirit from the Devil Queen's body? Devil Queen, there is a way. Let the Naga Duga Shui come over and take away the half of the primordial evil spirit tree from Piaoling's body. Yang Dingtian. But at that time, you took the initiative to release the primordial evil spirit and wanted to forcefully take over my body. That was why the Naga Shui seized the opportunity and took away the primordial evil spirit. The Demon King Wentian said, now, she has half of the primordial evil spirit. Moreover, the primordial evil spirit has a strong desire to merge the two into one. Whoever is stronger will be able to take away the other half of the primordial evil spirit tree. The Naga Duga Shui was definitely stronger than the Devil Queen. Therefore, it was reasonable for her to take away the half of the primordial evil spirit from the Devil Queen's body. However, the primordial evil spirit was already so strong when it was only half. When it merged into one, how terrifying would it be? As for what the consequences would be, it was completely unknown. The fact that the Naga Shui had half of the primordial evil spirit was enough to give Yang Dingtian a headache. If there was a complete primordial evil spirit, then the consequences. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to put this thought aside for the time being. Wentian, my father-in-law, Shiman Wuya, was hit by the soul-devouring evil spirit tree. My wife, Dongfang Bingling, was also hit by the soul-devouring evil spirit tree. Now I've sealed them all in ice, Yang Dingtian. This soul-devouring evil spirit tree was created by you. Do you have a solution? I created it. The Demon King Wentian shook his head and smiled. It wasn't created by me. I also don't have a solution. Therefore, your father-in-law and your wife will definitely become bloodthirsty monsters. Yang Dingtian's gaze suddenly trembled, and he said, Then who has a solution? The Demon King Wentian. Whoever created it will have a solution. Yang Dingtian. Then who created this evil soul-devouring evil spirit tree? Is he related to the evil spirit tree? The Demon King Wentian. If they are related, then they are not. If they are not related, then they are somewhat related. Yang Dingtian said angrily. Say it clearly. The Demon King Wentian shook his head and said, It's not clear, Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Then who created this evil soul-devouring evil spirit tree? The Demon King Wentian. I got it from the soul-departing palace. Soul-departing palace. It's the soul-departing palace again. Zhu Qingzhu entered the soul-departing palace by chance and became incomparably powerful. Queen Poisa was caught through space and entered the soul-departing palace, giving birth to the Naga Dugu Shuang. Dugu Iran of the Pleasure Palace entered the soul-departing palace and also obtained Shura's body. Yang Dingtian. Wentian, could it be that you also entered the soul-departing palace? The Demon King Wentian. Of course, otherwise, how could I discover the primordial evil spirit? How could I obtain the primordial Naga's eye gem? Instantly, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. The Demon King Wentian actually obtained everything from the soul-departing palace? Even something as powerful as the primordial evil spirit was obtained from the soul-departing palace? Then what exactly is this soul-departing palace? Yang Dingtian asked word by word. Then this soul-departing palace, where is it? The Demon King Wentian shook his head and said, Where is the soul-departing palace? I also want to know. If you know the answer, remember to tell me. Of course, if I die, remember to burn it to me, so that I won't die in peace. Yang Dingtian. Then how did you enter the soul-departing palace? How should I enter the soul-departing palace? The Demon King Wentian. We were all guided into the soul-departing palace in a moment of despair. If you want to enter the soul-departing palace, it should be very simple. Perhaps your other Naga woman, Shima Ningning, is the envoy of the soul-departing palace. Yang Dingtian already knew that Shima Ningning was a Naga. Moreover, she was a Naga of the later generation and was a spiritual type. Her cultivation in martial arts was very ordinary, and there was an essential difference between her and the Naga Shuang. But she was actually the envoy of the soul-departing palace? Moreover, the Demon King Wentian used the word perhaps, and even he himself was not too sure. Chapter 1094. Where is the soul leaving palace? What does it want to do? The Demon King Wentian said that Shima Ningning might be the emissary of the soul-leaving palace? Then what role does Queen Medusa play in the soul-leaving palace? Of course, whether it was letting Queen Poisa give birth to Demigod Naga, or letting the Demon King Wentian discover the original evil spirit, or Zhu Qingzhu's fortuitous encounter, or Dugu Iran's fortuitous encounter. In short, everything the soul-leaving palace did seem to be a disaster to the world. Everything it did seemed to be standing on the opposite side of Yang Dingtian. It seemed to be the enemy of the god of chaos. Then, did it mean that the so-called soul-leaving palace was the highest evil force in the world? And also Yang Dingtian's ultimate enemy? Thinking of the word enemy, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but think of the gentle and amiable Shima Ningning. The time she stayed with him was very short, but it completely warmed his heart. She completely protected and cherished him without reservation. It could be said that Shimin Ningning was the first woman who was truly good to Yang Dingtian. Speaking of being good to Yang Dingtian, she was even better than Shimin Yinyan. At that time, Yang Dingtian didn't feel it clearly. Now that he thought about it, Shimin Ningning was completely good to Yang Dingtian, for no reason, and directly gave everything. What did Shimin Ningning have? She had the Demon King Wentian's tear essence, which was equivalent to the seal of the original evil spirit's energy. She also had the most precious space ring, the one and only space ring in the world. It completely represented the world's top secret space ring. She gave all these things to Yang Dingtian. As for the deep sea Xian clothes, it was her most insignificant thing. As for the end, in order to let Yang Dingtian kill the Millennium Owl, she actually got the deep sea Xian poison. At that time, the naive and ignorant Yang Dingtian, although he was very surprised, he could not think of the meaning behind this deep sea Xian poison. There was no deep sea Xian poison in this world. The deep sea Xian poison that Shimin Ningning took out was fresh. It was just extracted from Naga. Therefore, this deep sea Xian poison was most likely extracted from the depths of her own body? Or was it a gift from Queen Medusa? No matter which type it was, the value of this deep sea Xian poison was completely immeasurable. In the end, it was given to Yang Dingtian to kill the Millennium Owl. The value of 100 Millennium Owls could not even compare to a portion of deep sea black poison. It was this woman who, for no reason at all, suddenly gave up everything for Yang Dingtian. In the end, for the sake of Yang Dingtian, he probably killed all of them and disappeared without a trace. According to the story, she should have been imprisoned by her mother, Queen Medusa. Why were they imprisoned? Of course it was because of Yang Dingtian. Thinking of this, Yang Dingtian's trip to the soul-leaving palace immediately became very urgent. Yang Dingtian left the hell prison, but his mind was still full of mysteries. Evil ways had been completely destroyed, so there were only two specific goals left. The first was to find Naga Shuang, and the second was to find the soul-leaving palace. Looking for Shuang heir, Yang Dingtian was no longer to share the demigod's body, but to prevent her from bringing disaster to the world. Strictly speaking, the human nations no longer had any enemies in this world. Of course, the ghost Emperor Wentian of the Underworld Empire was an enemy, but it was trapped in the Underworld Empire and could not come out. As long as Yang Dingtian's lightning weapon reached a certain level, he could enter the Underworld Empire and destroy the undead army and the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Moreover, this was not an urgent matter. Going to the soul-leaving palace was more to reveal the truth, to save Dongfang Bingling and Shimin Wuya. Also, it was for Shimin Ningning. Of course, before these two things there was another urgent matter. That was to immediately decide the fate of the Demon King Wentian. In the conference room of the Snow Mountain Castle, the leaders of the 3 tribes, the Silver Dragon Temple, and the representatives of the 9 tribes, a total of 6 people, were discussing again. The clerk was still High Priest Huowu. The topic of this discussion was only one. Should the Demon King Wentian be executed? When should he be executed? The Mermaid Queen Violet said, I suggest that the Demon King Wentian be executed immediately, to prevent further problems. President Neru said, Yang Dingtian, does Wentian have any other secrets? Yang Dingtian said, even if there are any secrets, he will only speak if he is willing to. If he is not willing to speak, no one will be able to make him speak. This person is too terrifying. I also think that the sooner he is executed, the sooner the hidden dangers will be eliminated. Demon Rage 2 said, I also agree that he should be executed as soon as possible. This way, the alliance of our 3 tribes and the unification of the Little Western Paradise can start a day earlier. Also, some of the fox demons in the Little Western Paradise can migrate to the human countries and adapt to the new living environment. This can also start a day earlier. Demon Rage 2 shook his head. It was unknown whether he agreed or disagreed. President Su Yan thought for a while and said, all right, the sooner the Demon King Wentian is executed the better. It is more beneficial for the entire world. Thus the plan was decided. Execute the Demon King Wentian as soon as possible. President Su Yin said, "The Demon King Wentian has no evil spirits. Should we continue to send him to the border of the abyss to be executed? Or throw him into the dark matter to be executed?" Yang Dingtian said, "These two methods of execution are fine. However, the dark matter will have to enter the spatial tear, or the human nation. I'm afraid that there might be an unforeseen event. Therefore, we will still enter the dark world and execute him at the border of the abyss." Demon Rage 2 said, "The Demon King Wentian doesn't have an immortal body and no evil spirit energy. Therefore, we can kill him directly without using the border of the abyss. We only need to use the energy array to continuously attack him until his Chaos Emperor armor explodes." President Su Yin said, "That works too. Fire Dance. Calculate how long it will take to execute the Demon King Wentian with our energy array." Priest Fire Dance said, "What is the energy level of his Chaos Emperor armor according to?" President Su Yin said, "For the time being, let's attack according to 5,000 saint-level Chi Cs." After a short calculation, Priest Fire Dance said, "That mid-level saint-level energy attack should be about 200 million times. If all the energy arrays of our hell prison are activated, it should take about 19 days to execute the Demon King Wentian." 19 days was indeed a little too long. Priest Fire Dance said, "Moreover, there will be a large loss of energy for the hell prison. It will cause our entire energy array to replace all the energy crystals a few hundred years earlier." President Nehru said, "Since he is to be executed, let's send him to the border of the abyss. It will be faster." Therefore, everyone agreed to throw the Demon King Wentian to the border of the abyss, just like how they executed Prince Li Ming. After the decision was made, they moved swiftly and decisively. Without any delay, they carried out the execution directly. Thus, the 4 saint-level expeditionary army leaders and a dozen saint-level punishers entered the hell prison again. When the Devil Queen saw Yang Dingtian and the others come to the hell prison again, her expression changed drastically. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and said, "The Demon King Wentian, because you have committed an unforgivable crime against the human countries, the 3 Races Alliance will sentence you to death immediately." When these words came out, the Demon King Wentian opened his eyes and his gaze twitched. However, in the end, he didn't say anything and stood up. However, the Infernal Queen Dead Concubine suddenly roared, "No, no, you can't execute him." Then, she stared at Yang Dingtian with a crazy gaze. "Yang Dingtian, I will exchange with him. You execute me, and let him live." Soon, the Devil Queen realized the absurdity of her words. She immediately said, "Yang Dingtian, I promise you, I will strip the evil spirit of the primordial evil spirit out of my body. I will return to the ranks of the hidden sect and become that Nihility Piaoling again. Is that okay? Don't kill Wentian, don't kill him." Yang Dingtian stared at the Devil Queen. It was obvious that she couldn't do it. She could control the evil spirit of the primordial evil spirit to leave her body and enter another body to take over. However, along with the primordial evil spirit, her soul also left. Only Naga had the terrifying power to strip the evil spirit of the primordial evil spirit. "I'm sorry, Wentian can't live," Yang Dingtian said. Then, more than 10 saint-level experts moved out of the energy prison and took away the Demon King Wentian. The Devil Queen collapsed to the ground and screamed, "Yang Dingtian, you are afraid of him. You can't wait to execute him, because you are afraid of him. Yang Dingtian, you will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death." She was the Devil Queen, the dead concubine, the former master of the hidden sect. At this moment, she was as crazy as a devil. The venomous words that came out of her mouth were like those of a crazy woman. Of course, no matter how fierce she cursed, she couldn't prevent Wentian from dying. More than 10 saint-level experts brought the Demon King Wentian out of the energy prison and back to the surface of Mount Buzhou. Then, President Su Yin was about to open the energy gate and enter the dark world's abyss. At this moment, boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone could clearly feel that the spatial plane that was being torn apart was collapsing. At the same time, the little western paradise shook violently and was torn apart. Countless floating continents and giant mountains began to drift. Many floating mountains suddenly fell into the sea. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Could it be that the lesser nirvana of the torn space and the little western paradise would arrive in advance? What was the reason for this? The four leaders looked at each other. The drastic changes in the torn space and the little western paradise were still ongoing. Facing such a drastic change, should the Demon King Wentian's death sentence continue? Yao Nutu said, President Nehru, Your Excellency Yao Li, why don't you go to the little western paradise and stabilize the situation? I will represent the Fox clan and accompany President Su Yen to execute the Demon King Wentian. Priest Huowu said, If the torn space collapses in advance, then the entire little western paradise will have to be moved immediately. President Su Yen said, Yang Dingtian, you are the only one who can enter the torn space now. Go and investigate immediately and see if the torn space is collapsing in advance. If it is, the little western paradise will have to be moved immediately. If it isn't, then investigate the reason. Yes. Yang Dingtian was about to fly into the torn space. President Su Yen said to the saint-level punishers, Let's go. We will continue to the world of darkness and execute Wentian. Yes. All the saint-level punishers said. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the Demon King Wentian let out a burst of wild laughter. Yang Dingtian, do you see this? This is retribution for executing me. I am the righteous one. Destroying the god of chaos is the true salvation, the true justice. This is a warning from the heavens, a punishment for your foolishness. If you want to stop this calamity, there is only one way, and that is to return to the correct path, fight against the god of chaos, and liberate the entire primal chaos continent. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they heard this. The Demon King Wentian continued to laugh. As long as you execute me, the torn space will be over. The little western paradise will also be finished. Ha ha ha. You want this calamity to stop? Then you can only release me. Only I can stop this calamity. Everyone's expression became even more shocked when they heard this. Suddenly, President Su Yen said sternly, deluding the masses with lies, how preposterous. Today, you will die without a doubt. Even heaven and earth will not be able to save you. Then he shouted, Yang Dingtian, immediately go to the torn space and investigate. Today the Demon King Wentian must die. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Yang Dingtian flew toward the torn space like lightning. Chapter 1095. Yang Dingtian flew toward the torn space while President Su Yen put on the Silver Dragon Inquisitor's mask and robe. Then he led the saint-level punishers and Monster Wrath 2 into the dark world. At this moment, all of the priests in the Silver Dragon Temple had stopped meditating and were ready to deal with the worst situation. President Nehru and Monsterly clan leader returned to Little Western Paradise as fast as they could to check on the Little Western Paradise's collapse. If the worst situation happened, the entire Little Western Paradise's migration might have to be brought forward. Yang Dingtian flew toward the torn space while praying that the worst situation wouldn't happen. If the torn space was destroyed prematurely, the Little Western Paradise would migrate to the human countries. Not only would that be a huge calamity for the Fox Demon clan, but it would also be an even greater calamity for the human nations. Yang Dingtian used the demonic spirit Mistcloak Flash and arrived at the border between the torn space and Mount Buzhou as fast as he could. At this moment, the energy wall at the junction had already begun to distort. Every twisting was accompanied by an extremely powerful energy. At this time, it would be very dangerous to create a portal here to jump. However, Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. He used the dark mystic flame to create a black hole to isolate the space. Then he used the mystic flame to create a portal. Although his life was in danger, Yang Dingtian was determined to jump over. Wait! Suddenly, the mermaid Queen Violets caught up and said, "Take me with you." Yang Dingtian was shocked. "Why? It's dangerous for me to enter the torn space. You should stay at Mount Buzhou." "I don't want to," Violet said. Then she touched Yang Dingtian's spatial ring and jumped into it. Yang Dingtian was shocked. This crazy woman had a child in her belly. So he jumped into the portal with all his might. As soon as he jumped into the portal, Yang Dingtian felt a powerful energy distortion. Fortunately, he still managed to jump into the torn space. Then Yang Dingtian immediately pulled Violets out of the spatial ring. She had to enter a state of suspended animation in the spatial ring. Yang Dingtian was worried that it would be harmful to the baby. It's fine, Violet said impatiently. "I told you that even if something happens to me, your baby will be fine. It's a descendant of a demigod. Do you understand?" Yang Dingtian glared at her. Then he took her hand and flew into the torn space to observe it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. If Mount Buzhou was only violently shaking, then the torn space had already changed the world. The floating boulders here were originally drifting slowly and rhythmically, but now they were flying. His drifting speed had increased by dozens of times. Boom, boom. Then countless boulders began to collide with each other in the air, causing violent explosions. The boulders here were easily tens of thousands of meters tall, or even larger. Therefore, the power of the collision was like that of an atomic bomb. There were loud noises everywhere in the torn space. There were explosions everywhere. Countless pieces of gravel flew everywhere like cannonballs. Of course, Yang Dingtian and Ziluolan's cultivation was very strong. Their bodies were covered with a powerful mystic chi energy barrier. These flying rocks were basically unable to harm the duo. However, there were flying stones everywhere in the torn space. Their vision was very poor. In fact, he was about to lose his previous sense of direction. Yang Dingtian and Violets flew around quickly, looking for the reason. After flying for thousands of miles, they couldn't find any reason at all. They were like headless flies. So Yang Dingtian forced himself to calm down. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. Why did the torn space cause such a drastic change? There were only two reasons for the drastic change. One was external, and the other was internal. At present, although the entire torn space had been expanding, there were no unstable factors inside. Therefore, it was more likely that it was an external space. Then the so-called external space had a total of 3 places. First, the human countries bordering the torn space, including the demon's domain and the yin-yang mirror. Second, the little western paradise bordering the torn space and balancing the energy, including the Buzhou mountain. Third, the empire of darkness bordering the torn space. So which of these 3 reasons was it? First, the little western paradise and the Buzhou mountain were ruled out, because the drastic change in the torn space led to the collapse and tearing of the little western paradise. The drastic change in the torn space was the cause, and the drastic change in the little western paradise was the effect. There didn't seem to be any drastic changes in the human countries, although the energy of the demon's domain and the yin-yang mirror had been greatly overdrawn, and there had been several huge collapses. However, when the demon's domain and the yin-yang mirror collapsed, the reaction of the torn space was not big. If neither of these reasons was the cause, then it was the empire of darkness? However, the empire of darkness was completely empty, so it should be in a relatively stable state. Moreover, the border between the empire of darkness and the torn space was very, very small. A spiral of dark matter stretched into the torn space. This was the only energy bridge between the two. Yes, let's see if there are any changes at this border point. Then, Yang Dingtian identified the direction in his mind and found the border between the empire of darkness and the torn space. Then he flew over as fast as he could. This place was about 30,000 miles away from the border between the torn space and the empire of darkness. Yang Dingtian pulled Violets and flew at full speed, but it still took more than 6 hours. At this time, the collapse of the torn space was still continuing. It was really like the end of the world. Countless huge rocks flew and crashed fiercely. The entire torn space was completely dark. They passed through countless rocks and flew for tens of thousands of miles. Yang Dingtian finally arrived at the border between the torn space and the Empire of Darkness. Then he saw a shocking scene. Originally, there was a spiral of dark matter in the world of darkness that stretched into the torn space and connected the two independent planes, the torn space and the Empire of Darkness, together. And now, this protruding dark matter was actually spinning and shrinking. That's right, this spiral of dark matter was gradually retreating into the Empire of Darkness. At this time, the dark matter that protruded out of the torn space was less than a foot long. The mermaid Queen Violet said, "This is the reason. The Empire of Darkness is shrinking." Yang Dingtian knew about the Empire of Darkness is shrinking. At that time, when Yang Dingtian isolated the Skirich imperial capital, causing the energy of the entire Empire of Darkness to be cut off, the dark matter spread into the Empire of Darkness, causing the Empire of Darkness to shrink. However, the Skirich imperial capital was still rotating normally. Why was the Empire of Darkness still shrinking? Could this be related to the destruction of the evil ways? It shouldn't be like this, right? Could it be that the Empire of Darkness stopped production, causing the energy consumption to be greatly reduced, causing the Empire of Darkness to shrink? Of course, no matter what the reason was, the Empire of Darkness's shrinking had become a fact. And the shrinking of the Empire of Darkness also caused a drastic change in the energy field of the torn space. That was why there was a scene of heaven and earth collapsing. At this time, the dark matter that went deep into the torn space continued to shrink. Once it completely left the torn space would completely cut off its energy connection with the Empire of Darkness. At that time, what would the consequences be? Yang Dingtian really didn't know. Perhaps the entire torn space would be destroyed in advance? If that was the case, the Little Western Paradise would be destroyed in advance. The entire human kingdom and the places that bordered the torn space would also be destroyed. Would Cloud Sky City be affected? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, because the distance between Cloud Sky City and the spatial tear was more than 25,000 miles. Cloud Sky City might be shocked by the earth cracking, but it wouldn't be too big of a disaster. However, the early arrival of Lesser Nirvana would definitely be a disaster for the Fox Demon clan in the Little Western Paradise. One had to know that Yang Dingtian's wife and son were also in the Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian said, "Violets, go to Cloud Sky City and inform everyone to retreat to the south and prepare for a large-scale earthquake. I'll go to the Little Western Paradise to pick up Jia and Yao Yang." Violets looked at the shrinking spiral of dark matter and said, "Are you sure that it will cause Lesser Nirvana to arrive in advance?" Yang Dingtian said, "I don't know, but it's better to be prepared." Violet said, "It's too late. At this speed, the dark matter spiral will completely shrink in an hour and leave the torn space. The energy bridge between the two planes will be completely cut off. We can't even leave the torn space in an hour, let alone return to Cloud Sky City and Indu. We might as well wait here. Let's see if Lesser Nirvana will arrive in advance." Yang Dingtian thought for a moment. Violet's words made sense. Whether or not Lesser Nirvanic annihilation would come would be revealed in at most an hour. At this time, President Su Yen, who was the Silver Dragon Inquisitor, led a dozen or so saint-level punishers and monsters Wrath 2 into the world of darkness. After a few hours of trekking, they had arrived at the border of the abyss. The drastic changes in the torn space naturally wouldn't affect the world of darkness. The border of the abyss was still incomparably beautiful and mysterious. "Su Yen, is it?" the Demon King Wentian suddenly said. "When you return, you should see a completely destroyed Little Western Paradise. Let me tell you, this drastic change is because of the Empire of Darkness. Only I can control the Empire of Darkness. Therefore, only I can stop this disaster and prevent Lesser Nirvana from erupting." Lesser Nirvana? Monster's Wrath 2's expression changed greatly when he heard this. President Su Yen sneered and said, "Bluff. Don't be delusional. You won't survive." Then he completely ignored the Demon King Wentian's threats and directly ordered, Throw him down and execute him. Immediately, the dozen or so saint-level punishers threw the demon king, Wentian, into the border of the abyss. Chapter 1096. Yang Dingtian and Violets had been guarding the border between the Empire of Darkness and the torn space. They watched as the dark matter continued to shrink. At this moment the hour seemed very long. As the dark matter shrank, the torn space became more and more terrifying. The floating rocks inside flew faster and faster. The collisions became more and more common. The entire tearing space was already completely dark without any sunlight. Violent explosions occurred one after another. It looked like the end of the world. Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with unease when he saw how the situation was getting more and more intense. Looking at the situation, when the dark matter shrank, and the Empire of Darkness completely cut off the energy connection between the torn space and the torn space, the Lesser Nirvana would really come. After the Lesser Nirvana arrived, the torn space would be completely destroyed. Little Western Paradise would probably not last for more than a few days. It would be torn apart and fall into the sea. Then, the celestial chi energy in the Little Western Paradise would probably dissipate quickly. All life would gradually disappear, and it would become another torn space. When that time came, of course, Demon Sun Baby and Jia would not be in danger because of their high status. But most of the Demon Fox civilians, and even some of the Demon Fox nobles would die. All of the Demon Fox elites would enter the human countries in advance. The Demon Fox race was much stronger than the humans in terms of martial arts. Moreover, the Demon Fox race had not been completely brainwashed and unified. Once hundreds of thousands or millions of demon foxes entered the human countries, it would be a disaster. At that time, there would be the possibility of another civil war. Could he stop the demon fox race from entering the human countries? Yang Dingtian extinguished this thought as soon as it appeared. If he was purely a political figure, then for the sake of the stability and unity of the human countries, he could reject it. But he had relied on the Little Western Paradise to completely destroy the evil ways. Especially the Silver Dragon Temple. They had done him a great favor. They had also done the human countries a great favor. It could be said that without the help of the Silver Dragon Temple, the human countries would have been completely destroyed. He had to repay such a great favor. If Little Western Paradise were to suffer a calamity, and Yang Dingtian just stood by and watched, it would no longer be an ingrate. He would be completely heartless. Violets, can the Mermaid Empire survive in the Devil's Sea? Yang Dingtian asked. The Mermaid Queen Violet said, building an underwater city is definitely out of the question. But as an activity area there's no problem. Yang Dingtian, that's good. Violet said, has it been decided that the southernmost land will be given to the Fox Demon clan? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, at least, it's much farther than the Dongli grassland. At that time, your Mermaid Empire will be able to surround the entire southernmost region in the sea and completely separate the Demon Fox clan from the human kingdoms. Violet said, don't forget that the Snow clan lives in the southernmost region. That's your father-in-law. Yes, the Snow clan was also a tyrant in the southernmost region. Moreover, the Snow clan hadn't officially joined the Council of Light, so Yang Dingtian couldn't order them around. Obviously, the Snow clan didn't want their territory to belong to a powerful race. Violet said, Yang Dingtian, of course, when you're alive, you and the Silver Dragon Temple can still control the situation in the Fox Empire. After you die, the Mermaid Empire might not be able to control the Fox Demon clan. At that time, if the Fox Demon clan needs more living space, it's very likely that they'll invade the human kingdoms. Unless you can live until the day your son becomes the Emperor of the Silver Dragon Empire. Otherwise, there will be a stronger protector than you in the human nations. That's right. Yang Dingtian understood everything that Ziluolan said. Mermaid Queen Violet said, so if you're smart enough, you should refuse the Fox Demon clan's large-scale invasion of the human kingdoms. In the previous three-race alliance meeting, The Fox Demon clan had to enter the human kingdoms in thousands of years. At least dozens of immigration experiments. To put it more bluntly, only the next generation of the Fox Demon clan can enter the human kingdoms to survive. Only the weak Fox Demon clan can survive in the human kingdoms. This is to protect you. Yang Dingtian nodded. I know. This was the overall plan of the Three-Race Alliance meeting. Let the Fox Demon clan live in the human kingdoms for a few decades. After a few hundred years, the next generation would be born. Then, the genes of the next generation would be changed, so that the Fox Demon clan could adapt to the human kingdoms. The most fundamental thing was to change the strength gap between the Fox Demon clan and the humans. This way, they wouldn't threaten the survival of the human kingdoms. At present, the entire plan was still being perfected. So far, the immigration details had exceeded thousands and hundreds of thousands of words, and it was still increasing. This was a very, very huge plan. However, if the Lesser Nirvana erupted in advance, it might really be a disaster for the human kingdoms. Rationally, what Violet said was right, but Yang Dingtian really couldn't do it. At this time, the dark matter spiral of the Empire of Darkness was shrinking more and more. There were less than 3 inches of the torn space, and the drastic change of the torn space had reached its limit. Now not only were the boulders flying, but the entire space was trembling violently. The energy edge of the torn space was distorting terrifyingly. This meant that the energy boundary was already very difficult to control the entire torn space. Once a small crack appeared on the energy boundary, the entire torn space would explode in an instant. At that time, the torn space would expand by 10 times, 100 times. This was the Lesser Nirvana. It was a disaster for the Little Western Paradise, and it would also cause great damage to the human kingdoms. Of course, after the big explosion, all the energy would be released, and the torn space would begin to shrink and collapse. During this contraction, all of the shattered rocks would once again gather together and become a complete piece. Then a new dark realm would be born. The characteristics of the dark realm were very obvious. The entire world was a solidified boulder. Of course, once the Lesser Nirvana occurred, the entire torn space would explode. Then could Yang Dingtian and Violet survive? This was an unknown. However, it was already impossible to leave the torn space. It was too late. From the moment Yang Dingtian discovered that the Empire of Darkness was shrinking, there was no time to leave the torn space. Of course, he could still protect himself. Yang Dingtian had the essence of the primeval Naga. He could melt the dark matter and fly directly into the Empire of Darkness. The Empire of Darkness was shrinking faster and faster. The spiral-shaped dark matter was less than 3 inches. 2 inches, 1 inch. The final moment was about to arrive. The isolation of the Empire of Darkness and the torn space was about to arrive. Was it the Lesser Nirvana? It was about to be revealed. Yang Dingtian and Violets almost held their breaths, waiting for the final outcome. Dark world within the abyss border. With a roar, the Demon King Wentian was thrown into the abyss border along with the energy prison. In an instant, the incomparably powerful energy prison was reduced to ashes. The Demon King Wentian completely melted into the abyss border. Death was about to arrive. Even though the Demon King Wentian wasn't mentally prepared, he had always been invincible and had never thought of death. What he wanted to fight against was the god of chaos. He wanted to dominate the entire chaos world. How could he die? However, he was unprepared and death was about to arrive. The current him was only at the peak of the saint level. Even though he was wearing the Chaos Emperor armor, he definitely couldn't block the abyss border. He could only die. But he didn't die. Even the Chaos Emperor armor didn't disappear. It wasn't because the Chaos Emperor armor was so heaven-defying that it could block the abyss border. It was because the surrounding Void Fissure fire had already purified the abyss border around him. President Su Yan released the Void Fissure fire the moment the Demon King Wentian was thrown into the abyss border, saving the Demon King Wentian's life. The Demon King Wentian was stunned, then laughed loudly. President Su Yan, you still need me in the end. You don't dare to kill me. Ha ha ha. If you kill me, no one will control the Empire of Darkness. The lesser annihilation will erupt and Little Western Paradise will be destroyed. Ha 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 ha. The Demon King Wentian laughed crazily at the abyss border. After a few minutes, he stopped laughing and said, President Su Yan, I'm 1,000 times, no 10,000 times stronger than Yang Dingtian. Then the next thing is simple. How about I cooperate with Little Western Paradise? When the time comes, not only can you enter the human countries, I can even give you half of the human country's territory. I'm not as stingy as Yang Dingtian. Not only that, we can work together to fight against the primal chaos god and become the rulers of the world. Hearing the Demon King Wentian's words, Demon Rage 2's expression changed. He said, Sir Su Yan, why don't you kill him? We passed the decision of the four sides. Killing Wentian is the will of the four sides. President Su Yan walked forward and patted Demon Rage 2's shoulder lightly. Instantly, Demon Rage 2's profound energy, sea of energy, and profound veins were sealed. He couldn't move at all. President Su Yan's cultivation was too high. Punisher, keep an eye on His Excellency Demon's Wrath second. Do not allow him to move in the slightest, President Su Yan ordered. However, his voice had changed. Yes, the saint-level punishers bowed. They didn't care about right or wrong. They only obeyed the orders of the Silver Dragon Inquisitor. After controlling Monster's Wrath 2, President Su Yan, who had personally assumed the role of the Silver Dragon Judge, slowly walked forward. He directly entered the abyss that had been purified by the void-splitting fire, and slowly floated to Demon King Wentian's side. Wentian from Earth, you have sat on the throne of darkness for 200 years. Your wisdom has been greatly damaged. You are no longer suitable to be the leader of the evil ways, President Su Yan said slowly. As he spoke, his voice kept changing. One moment, it was President Su Yan's voice. The next moment, it was Eternal Wentian's voice. The Demon King Wentian's expression changed. He pointed at President Su Yan and said in shock, You didn't die? President Su Yan said, Eternal Wentian's body died a long time ago. However, the moment I was thrown into the abyss, I killed myself, cut off my tail, abandoned my profound veins and sea of energy, and let the evil spirits wrap around my soul. Then, I used the soul assimilation art to inject my soul into the spatial rending flames. Then a new spatial rending flame was born. Su Yan swallowed this spatial rending flame. Thus, the evil spirit's energy, along with the spatial rending flames and Eternal Wentian's soul, entered Su Yan's body. Then a pure and flawless soul fell. The speechless race is as pure as they are weak. Miju couldn't resist the invasion of the darkness energy, and Su Yan couldn't either. The spatial rending flames were the purest darkness energy. The speechless race couldn't resist it. Of course, the whole process was very long and complicated. However, in the end, I still seized control of this body. So, you don't have to die, the Demon King Wentian said in a trembling voice. Then are you Eternal Wentian or Su Yan now? President Su Yan laughed and said, Is there a need to be so clear? You can call me anything you want. The Demon King Wentian said, If that's the case, why did you still bring Yang Dingtian to defeat me and imprison me? President Su Yan said, Because your robot mind is no longer worthy of being the leader of the evil ways, no longer worthy of being the ruler of the world. Of course, I still showed mercy to you. Otherwise, even if you have the Chaos Emperor armor, you would already be dead. The Demon King Wentian said in shock. Then, what do you want? President Su Yan said. Although Su Yan doesn't have the talent of a demigod, he is the first demigod candidate chosen by the fallen silver dragon of the speechless race. So now my talent and energy reserve are much stronger than you humans. I can infinitely approach the level of a demigod. I want the incomparably powerful energy in your energy reserve. I also want your Chaos Emperor armor. I want the two of us to become one and become an incomparably powerful new Demon King. A Demon King, who can almost be called a demigod. At this moment, the spiral dark matter in the torn space completely shrunk. The torn space was completely isolated from the Empire of Darkness. The world changed greatly. The final moment had finally arrived. Chapter 1097. The moment the dark matter completely disappeared from the torn space, Yang Dingtian used the eye of the primeval Naga to melt the dark matter. Then, he pulled the mermaid queen violets and drilled into the melted dark matter. At the same time, the dark matter completely disappeared from the torn space. Then, a faintly discernible energy wall completely isolated the torn space from the dark matter. But minor nirvana didn't happen. The moment the dark matter completely disappeared from the torn space, the sky indeed collapsed and the earth cracked, as if the end of the world had come. But after that, all of a sudden, the torn space came to a halt. Then, all the rubble in the torn space changed direction and continued to expand and spin. The originally chaotic order actually stabilized again. Yang Dingtian floated in the dark matter's support and watched the torn space stabilize again. Immediately, she and Violets looked at each other. Then, Yang Dingtian created a space door, and Violets jumped into Yang Dingtian's space ring again. Yang Dingtian jumped through the space door and arrived at the torn space again. That's right, the torn space once again entered a kind of energy balance. However, the direction of the rotation and the direction of the expansion were very different from the previous stable period. The speed of the boulders and rubble floating was almost twice as fast as the previous stable period. Therefore, the good news now was that minor nirvana didn't appear. The bad news was that the torn space's expansion speed had more than doubled, so the arrival of minor nirvana would be many years earlier. Previously, it was estimated to be 4,000 to 5,000 years, but now it had to be recalculated. Of course, it didn't mean that the time of minor nirvana would be shortened by a cup if the expansion speed was faster. It wasn't calculated like this. Minor nirvana might not be shortened by a time, but even shorter. Yang Dingtian flew to a relatively intact boulder and felt the movement speed, strength, gravity multiplier, and so on. He recorded everything. Then, this data was sent to the Silver Dragon Temple. After complicated calculations, he could roughly calculate the time of minor nirvana. However, the fact that minor nirvana didn't arrive was still good news, wasn't it? Yang Dingtian began to fly to different boulders and collect different data. Then he began to fly to various parts of the torn space and began to calculate the volume change of the torn space. What are you doing? Violets asked. Yang Dingtian said, create a rough three-dimensional image of the torn space. This upheaval had almost brought about complete destruction and change to the torn space. When the Great Cataclysm occurred, some continents were torn into hundreds of pieces. The large ones were thousands of miles long, while the small ones were tens of miles long. For example, the Little Western Paradise. As for those who were more destructive, they wanted to tear space apart. The entire continent was torn into countless huge rocks. The big ones were hundreds of miles long, while the small ones were tens of meters long. Previously, when the space was torn apart, there were many huge rocks that were over 100 miles long. Now almost all the large boulders had been smashed to smithereens. It was hard to even find a boulder that was 1,000 meters long. Aren't you in a hurry to go back to Mount Buzhou? Violets asked. Yang Dingtian said, now that things have stabilized, there's no need to rush back. The Demon King Wentian must have been executed a long time ago. Violet said, then how long are you going to stay? Yang Dingtian said, I don't know. About a day or two. I'll take advantage of this time to estimate the approximate volume of the torn space. Violet said, I don't want to stay here anymore. Take me home. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Then he said, how about this? When I measure the distance to the southeast, I'll send you out of the torn space. Violets nodded and then said, Yang Dingtian, don't you think it's a little strange? Strange how? Yang Dingtian asked. Violets said, everything seems to have ended a little too simply. The Demon King Wentian was our greatest enemy. Was it so easy to eliminate him? Yang Dingtian said, not every decisive battle is magnificent and magnificent. This time, I like the way we eliminated the Demon King Wentian. Not by relying on the strength of a single person, but by relying on the strength of the three races, and the four sides to unite and eliminate the Demon King Wentian. It's a good thing to have heroes, but if you rely on heroes for everything, it's undoubtedly a tragedy. Yang Dingtian recorded the data and said, for example, in these two doomsday battles, relying on the Mermaid Empire and the Council of Light, we directly defeated the first attack of the Legion of Doom and wiped out all the forces of the Snake People Empire. And in the second doomsday battle, we completely relied on the warlock team of the Council of Light. This is the best ending. Violet said, you said that in the underwater world, after the Demon King Wentian was captured by us, imprisoned in the energy prison, we gathered everyone's strength. Can we kill him? Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, at that time, the Demon King Wentian had no chi and couldn't resist. So in theory, we 90 Saint-level experts could indeed destroy his Chaos Emperor armor and kill him. However, that would take a long time, maybe several days and nights. Violet said, that's still faster than escorting him back to Mount Buzhou. Why didn't you kill him directly in the underwater world, but bring him back to Mount Buzhou to kill him? Yang Dingtian said, bring him back to Mount Buzhou and put him in the hell prison. Only then did I truly feel at ease. Also, I had relevant information to interrogate him at that time. Violet said, why didn't you interrogate him in the underwater world but back at Mount Buzhou? Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, because we felt that the Demon King Wentian was very stubborn. During the interrogation, perhaps he would only answer if we did something to the Devil Queen. No, Violet said. It's because we've been dragged along since the very beginning. Whether it was the Heaven and Earth symbiosis formation that destroyed the Demon King Wentian, or escorted the Demon King back to Mount Buzhou, etc., we were all led along. Yang Dingtian narrowed his eyes and said, Violets, you're thinking too much. The Heaven and Earth symbiosis formation was indeed the only way to defeat the Demon King Wentian. Can you deny it? Violet said, I don't deny it, but Vulture once secretly told me, as long as those fossils of the Sea Serpent Empire were shattered, many Sea Serpent expert souls would appear. She could then summon countless saint-level souls to besiege the Demon King Wentian. Shura is a saint-level celestial spirit master. Why didn't they use it? Yang Dingtian said. At that time, Vulture seemed to have said that in the Sea Serpent Empire, he could only summon the beginner crystal elements. He couldn't sense the souls of the sea serpents. Violet said. But later, after Vulture communicated with the Naga race, he secretly told me that after the fossils of the sea serpents were shattered, their souls would overflow. Yang Dingtian said. But that was after the Demon King Wentian was imprisoned. Violet said. That's right. But Vulture was a powerful celestial spirit master, and at that time, the Sea Serpent Empire had countless powerful souls. He should have instinctively found a way to combine the two to eliminate the Demon King Wentian. Silver Dragon Temple's Su Yen was so wise and profound. Why didn't he mention it at all? At this moment, a thought flashed through Yang Dingtian's mind. In the end, Yang Dingtian decided to let Vulture follow him in battle, because he considered that her talent as a celestial spirit master would be of great use in eliminating the Demon King Wentian. Therefore, before he started the battle against the Demon King Wentian, he was indeed thinking of using Vulture to fight. Then, Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, Violets, you're making things up. The Heaven and Earth symbiotic formation is the best plan to eliminate the Demon King Wentian. There's no need to complicate things. You're thinking too much. Then, Yang Dingtian and her flew towards the southeast to measure the distance there and send Violets out of the torn space. At this time, at the border of the abyss, the Demon King Wentian said, 2 into 1? Su Yen said, yes, 2 into 1. The Demon King Wentian frowned and said, there's no need at all. You just need to let me go, and then the two of us can work together to capture Yang Dingtian. Then, I can take over Yang Dingtian's body and have intercourse with the Naga Duga Shuang. Then, I can directly share the body of a demigod. Wouldn't the body of a true demigod be much better than your body of the silent race? Su Yen shook his head and said, no. He has something more important on him, which is the greater space technique. Once you take over his body, the secret of the greater space technique will be destroyed. And most importantly, once you successfully take over Yang Dingtian's body and obtain the body of a demigod, what will I be considered? The Demon King Wentian smiled and said, "You and I can split the world?" Suyan shook his head and said, No. Wentian of Earth, you are no longer suitable to be a leader. Your brain has already been destroyed by the Throne of Darkness, and I don't want the so-called sharing. I want everything. The Demon King Wentian's expression changed drastically. He said in shock, "But you can't open the Chaos Emperor armor, right? Unless you follow me to the Empire of Darkness and use the Great Refining Array to let us become one." Ha ha ha. Suyan laughed loudly and said, "Wentian, don't forget that there are two souls in my body. One is Wentian's and the other is Su Yan's. I know what you are thinking. Going to the Empire of Darkness is equivalent to entering your territory. My life and death will be in your hands. As for whether I can open the Chaos Emperor armor, you don't have to worry about it. I know more about the spatial rending fire than Yang Dingtian." Then Su Yan suddenly controlled the spatial rending fire. In an instant, in the absolutely transparent void fissure fire, a streak of darkness suddenly condensed. Complete darkness. Yang Dingtian has used the spatial rending fire for so long, but he still doesn't understand what the black flames are for, and what the white flames are for. They can only fuse into a transparent fire. How ignorant. Su Yan sneered and said, "When it is combined with the energy of the abyss boundary, it can penetrate any matter, even some space-time." Swoosh then, this complete darkness suddenly fused into the Chaos Emperor armor. Instantly, a crack appeared on the Chaos Emperor armor without a sound. At the same time, Su Yan controlled his body and exploded. Boom! In an instant, his body of the silent race was turned into ashes. Only the sea of energy, Xian veins, heart, and brain that the evil spirit had included was left. Although it was a second-grade evil spirit, it was still enough. The second-grade evil spirit enveloped everything, turned into a powerful energy, and suddenly burrowed into the crack of the Chaos Emperor armor. When a crack appeared on the Chaos Emperor armor, the Demon King Wentian's contracted body was completely unable to withstand it and began to shatter. Only the peak saint level energy of the Demon King Wentian was left. Without the protection of the primordial evil spirit, he was about to be turned into ashes in an instant. Just as his soul was about to scatter, another incomparably powerful energy suddenly burrowed in. Instantly, Demon King Wentian felt as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. This body was completely unable to withstand such powerful energy. It was about to shatter in an instant. However, the second-grade evil spirit quickly recovered Su Yan's body of the silent race. At the same time, the crack on the Chaos Emperor armor was directly healed. Just like that, Su Yan's body, under the powerful energy of the Chaos Emperor armor, squeezed in. Suddenly, the energy of two peak saint-level experts mixed, fought, and devoured each other. Several souls were also crazily fighting, devouring, and squeezing. An incomparably powerful energy rushed into the endless sky of the dark world. Ayo! Ayo! A series of crazy roars. The entire abyss boundary was trembling violently. Boom! Finally, a huge figure suddenly jumped out from the abyss boundary. A brand new Demon King was born. A new Demon King that was close to a demigod was born. The most powerful Demon King in history was born. Chapter 1098. The new Demon King? What should he call him? Su Yan Wentian? Or something else? None of that was important. He slowly walked a few steps, picked up the silver dragon mask from the ground, and put it on his face. Instantly, the silver dragon head inquisitor's mask slowly grew on his face, becoming one with his body. Then, he put on the silver dragon robe. He walked in front of Demon Rage 2. Looking at all this, Demon Rage 2 was completely stunned. As for the saint-level punishers, they didn't care about what was happening at all. They were only loyal to the Silver Dragon Temple, and only followed the orders of the Silver Dragon Head Inquisitor. Before this, all of their attention was focused on controlling Demon Rage 2. They completely ignored everything else. Wait here. I'll have a few words with Demon Rage too. The new Demon King Suyen Wentian said. Yes. The saint-level Punishers said. Then they sat down and closed their eyes. The new Demon King held Demon Rage 2's shoulder as they walked and talked. Demon Rage 2, you're very smart, right? The new Demon King still spoke with Su Yan's voice. Yes, Your Excellency Su Yan. Demon Rage 2 said. The new Demon King said. So our cooperation will continue, right? Demon Rage 2 said. Of course. Cooperating with you is much better than cooperating with Yang Dingtian. The new Demon King said. Smart. You saw it just now. The torn space changed drastically. Even if the lesser nirvana didn't happen, the little Western paradise doesn't have much time left. So, the Fox clan's large-scale migration to the human countries must be carried out in advance. According to the discussion with Yang Dingtian, it's too slow. Why should the Fox clan's interests be transferred to the human countries quickly? Demon Rage 2 bowed and said, That's right. The situation has changed, so the plan has to change. The new Demon King said, The Fox clan is countless times stronger than the humans, so I don't think there's a need to negotiate with the human countries. This world is a survival of the fittest. If you need something, you can just snatch it. It's better than being gifted by others, right? Demon Rage 2 said, You're right. The new Demon King said, For the sake of the Fox race's future, I've decided to invade the human countries on a large scale, completely enslaving them and occupying them. Will you stand on my side? Demon Rage 2 said, Of course I'm on your side. The new Demon King said, I believe that not long after, Yang Dingtian will return to Snow Mountain Castle for a meeting. At that time, you will cooperate with me and imprison him, right? Of course, Demon Rage 2 said. The new Demon King Su Yintian continued. Oh right, we can't leave any of the martial saints on Yang Dingtian's side alive. We have to get rid of them all in one fell swoop, right? Especially the Mermaid Queen. After all, she has a demigod descendant in her belly. The existence of this demigod descendant will affect the interests of your grandson, right? Demon Rage 2's face trembled as he said, Yes. Very good, the new Demon King said. Alright, the Demon King Wentian is dead. Let's go back. Yes, Demon Rage 2 said. All the martial saints said. The new Demon King said again. We've discussed before. Why don't you send your demigod descendant's grandson to Mount Buzhou in advance? In a while I'll personally write a letter. You should write a letter too. I'll have the Punishers bring your daughter Jia and your grandson, Yao Yang, to Snow Mountain Castle. How about that? Demon Rage 2's face suddenly trembled as he said, Okay. Then, the new Demon King and the martial saints led Demon Rage 2 to open the door of darkness and enter the Hall of Skulls. At this time, Yao Zi and Bo Lu were standing guard in the Hall of Skulls. Seeing the door of darkness open, Bo Lu immediately asked excitedly, Your Excellency Demon Rage, where's Sect Master Yang Dingtian? Demon Rage 2 said, There's been a huge change in the torn space. Sect Master Yang Dingtian went to investigate. Bo Lu said, Then where's the Demon King Wentian? Has he been officially imprisoned? At this time, the new Demon King said, Through the Three Clans Four Sides Conference, the Demon King Wentian has been officially executed. From now on, there's no the Demon King Wentian. Bo Lu said excitedly. Then after I go out, can I officially send this good news to the human countries? The new Demon King smiled and said, Of course, Your Excellency Bo Lu. You know my name? Ancestor Su Yen. Bo Lu said excitedly. The new Demon King said, Of course I know. Sect Master Yang often mentions you. You're the bridge of friendship between the Fox clan and the human countries. Bo Lu was instantly incomparably excited. He was so excited that his face flushed red. I'll fight for the future of the Fox clan and the human race for the rest of my life. Very well, the new Demon King said. At this time he was hesitating. Should he leave the two saint-rank Punishers behind to seize the gate to the human countries? But then he thought about it. There were no more enemies in the human countries right now. If he seized the gate to the human countries, he'd probably alert the enemy. If Yang Dingtian didn't return through the spatial rift, and instead entered the Little Western Paradise from the Great Hall of Skulls. Then seeing the saint-rank punishers guarding the gate to the human countries, he might become suspicious and not dare to enter the Little Western Paradise. From the looks of it, Yang Dingtian was more important than the gate to the human countries. And so, the new Demon King temporarily gave up on the idea of seizing the gate to the human countries. He brought the Punishers and Fiend's Wrath 2 into the Little Western Paradise. At this time, the Little Western Paradise's upheaval had already stopped. However, many of the floating mountains and continents were still showing signs of being torn apart. Furthermore, some of the smaller floating mountains had already fallen into the deep sea. The new Demon King took a deep breath and then sighed. Although this upheaval isn't Little Nirvana, it's still a disaster. The Little Western Paradise's Xianqi density has become thinner. Fiend's Wrath 2 was shocked. He also closed his eyes to feel the Xianqi density. The Little Western Paradise's Xianqi really had become thinner, and it was even slowly disappearing. The new Demon King said, "It seems that the Fox Demon clan's seizing of the human countries is imminent." Then, the new Demon King suddenly smiled and said, "Oh right, it's time to bring your daughter and grandson to Mount Buzhou." Then, the new Demon King wrote a letter. He stared at Fiend's Wrath 2 and also wrote a letter. He signed his name and stamped the Silver Dragon Temple's emblem. Then, he handed the 2 letters to the 2 saint-rank punishers and said, "Go to Indu and bring Lady Jia and her son to Snow Mountain Castle." Yes, the 2 saint-rank punishers took the letters and flew toward Indu. A few hours later, the new Demon King Su Yan Wentian, Fiend's Wrath 2, and the punishers entered Snow Mountain Castle on Mount Buzhou. At this time, Fiend's Wrath 2 and Neru returned to the main hall of Snow Mountain Castle. Seeing Fiend's Wrath 2 and Su Yan Wentian return, she stepped forward and said, "Has Wentian been executed?" Fiend's Wrath 2 nodded and said, "Yes." The new Demon King Su Yan Wentian said, "Where's Sir Yang Dingtian? Hasn't he returned yet?" Neru said, "He hasn't returned yet. He's probably continuing to observe the spatial tear to obtain more detailed data for us." The new Demon King Su Yan Wentian said, "If I'm not wrong, the upheaval of the spatial tear this time should be related to the Empire of Darkness. Although Little Nirvana didn't happen, it still caused a lot of damage to Little Western Paradise. At this time, not only has a lot of land in Little Western Paradise fallen into the deep sea, but the Xianqi density has also become thinner. So we have to speed up the migration to the human countries." Neru said, "I think we should wait for Yang Dingtian to return and provide more detailed data so that we can calculate how long Little Western Paradise has before we make a plan." Su Yan Wentian glanced at Neru, then nodded and said, "All right, then we'll wait for Yang Dingtian to return." Then Su Yan Wentian said, "Where's Fire Dance?" Neru said, "The people of the Council of Light are investigating the crimes of the remnants of evil ways one by one. As the representative of the Silver Dragon Temple, High Priest Fire Dance is supervising this." Su Yan Wentian said, "Let's go and take a look." Nalu was stunned for a moment then nodded. Su Yan Wentian brought Fiend's Wrath 2, and Chairman Neru to the underground energy prison of Snow Mountain Castle. After going a few thousand meters deep, they finally arrived at the underground prison. At this time, the team of the Council of Light, which was led by Qin Huayu, was judging the remnants of evil ways. Of course, there was also one thing to do to find the spy hiding in evil ways. Su Yan Wentian let everyone into the underground prison. High Priest Fire Dance was sitting there in boredom, and she was a little uneasy. When she saw Su Yan Wentian enter, she immediately asked, "Wentian, has he been executed? Has Yang Dingtian returned?" Su Yan Wentian said, "The Demon King Wentian has been executed. However, Yang Dingtian has not returned." High Priest Fire Dance immediately frowned, then her nose suddenly sniffed. Su Yan Wentian said, "Fire Dance, you've worked hard during this period of time. The Demon King Wentian has also been executed. You should return to the association first. I'll invite you to the next meeting of the 3 races." Fire Dance was stunned, then she nodded and said, "Okay." Then, She bowed to everyone and said, "Then I'll take my leave." Then, she left in a spiraling manner. Su Yan Wentian stepped forward and said, "Among these remnants of evil ways, who are second-grade evil spirits?" Qin Huayu stepped forward and said, "The dozen people above are all second-grade evil spirits." Su Yan Wentian said, "The second-grade evil spirits will be imprisoned in the hell prison." Qin Huayu was stunned, then he bowed and said, "Yes." Nera was also slightly puzzled. Then, a few saint-level punishers stepped forward and escorted the second-grade evil spirits out, transferring them to the hell prison. As for High Priest Fire Dance, after leaving Snow Mountain Castle, she rode a snow-white crane and flew crazily toward the north. However, after flying over Mount Buzhou, she did not stop. Instead, she continued to fly crazily toward the north, toward the spatial tear. That was because she smelled a terrifying aura on Su Yan's body. She and President Su Yan were simply too familiar with each other. And it was precisely because of this that Su Yan Wentian asked her to leave Snow Mountain Castle, worried that she would see through him. However, Fire Dance had already seen through him. After all, she and Su Yan had been together for more than a few thousand years. She wanted to rush to the spatial tier to warn Yang Dingtian. When Su Yan walked out of Snow Mountain Castle, he immediately saw Fire Dance crazily flying toward the spatial tier. Immediately his expression changed. Chapter 1099. Su Yantian hesitated for a moment. "Turn around." Su Yantian asked the world order. Yes. The saint-level punishers immediately turned around. Su Yantian easily restrained Demon Fury too. Nero and Demon Li Tu's profound veins and chi seas were completely immobilized. When Demon Li Tu's entire body was bound, his eyes instantly burst out with a look of utter disbelief. He was so powerful, but he did not have the slightest ability to fight back in front of Su Yantian. How was this possible? Su Yantian smiled faintly. Then his body was like lightning, instantly moving 100 miles away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was as if he had teleported, suddenly appearing in front of Fire Dance. Then he smiled and said, "Fire Dance, why are you in such a hurry?" Fire Dance was more than 200 miles away from him. However, in just an instant, Su Yantian appeared in front of her. Immediately, Fire Dance's face was deathly pale. She said slowly, "How should I address you?" Su Yantian said slowly, "When did you see through it?" Fire Dance said, "If I say it's now, would you believe me?" "No." Su Yantian said. Fire Dance said, "When you entered the underground prison of Snow Mountain Castle and saw me, my heart suddenly palpitated. I immediately felt the terrifying aura on your body. It was similar to the aura of a shadow devil. I study energy. In my laboratory, there are several shadow devils that were killed. I still have a few bottles of Shadow Devil's Black Mist. Of course, I will not be completely suspicious if it's just because of this, because you just killed the Demon King Wentian." The Chaos Emperor armor on his body exploded. It's very normal to have the energy aura of a shadow devil. Su Yantian said, "What else?" Fire Dance said, "Your tone has completely changed." "It hasn't changed." Su Yantian said, "My main body is still Su Yantian. How can it change?" "No, your tone has changed." Fire Dance said, "When you usually speak, the third word will be soft. However, if a sentence exceeds 10 words, the last word will drop." Su Yantian was stunned and said with a trembling voice, "Really? Why didn't I notice it?" Fire Dance said, "How can you notice when you're the one talking? Only those who spend time with you will notice. And when I spoke just now, although I still imitated the pronunciation of the speechless race, the sense of defeat is somewhat similar to the Demon King Wentian." Su Yantian said, "He is indeed powerful." Fire Dance said, "My cultivation is very weak. My main job is to research energy-related subjects. I manage the affairs of the Silver Dragon Temple, so I have to have a deep understanding of everyone. Of course, even with these two reasons, I still can't believe that you've changed. That's why I flew north as fast as I could, because if you hadn't changed, you wouldn't have cared that I was flying towards the spatial tear, and you wouldn't have chased after me. So when you really caught up with me, I was completely sure. Su Yantian said. So now, President Nehru and patriarchally behind me should have seen through it, right? Fire Dance said. You can teleport so quickly. Only the Chaos Emperor armor can do that, so I think so. In fact, other than being able to control Snow Mountain Castle, you can't hide from some of the high priests in the Silver Dragon Temple, especially the speechless race. They are very sensitive to the auras of their own kind. Su Yantian said. Thank you for the reminder. Fire Dance said. Then should I ask why now? You are from the speechless race, so you should have no desires at all. You should have incomparably noble sentiments, so why did you fall? Su Yantian immediately laughed and said, Oh no. Fire Dance, do you think the person standing in front of you is Su Yan? Alright, at least Su Yan's soul is still in my mind. But you should call me the Demon King Wentian. Su Yan greedily swallowed the spatial rending fire. But inside there is poison. When these words came out, Fire Dance's expression changed. Su Yantian laughed shrilly and said, When you executed eternal sacrifice Wentian, he knew that he was going to die. So, at the critical moment, he used the method of committing suicide, abandoning his qi and profound veins, and only poured his soul into the spatial rending fire. This is equivalent to using a soul assimilation technique to suck a soul into a soul artifact. But you also know that although the spatial rending fire is not bad, it is definitely not a good soul artifact. Of course, fortunately, it was protected by a second great evil spirit, so the evil soul was not completely wiped out. Then, Su Yan could not resist the temptation and swallowed the spatial rending fire into his stomach. Then his body, which was at the peak of the saint level, was taken away. High Priest Fire Dance's heart trembled. She always thought that Su Yan had fallen, so he took the Demon King Wentian's primal Chaos Emperor armor. She never thought that Su Yan's body would be taken away. Impossible, Fire Dance said hoarsely. Impossible. Su Yan is not only a powerful martial practitioner, but also a powerful spirit master. Eternal Sacrifice Wentian is only a half-step saint, and his spirit power is far inferior to Su Yan's. How can he take over his body? Su Yan's soul can easily suppress Eternal Sacrifice Wentian's soul, let alone a damaged soul. Yes. The new Demon King said. You're right. Su Yan's soul is indeed many times stronger than Eternal Sacrifice Wentian's. Therefore, even though he swallowed the spatial rending fire, he could still easily suppress Eternal Sacrifice Wentian's soul. Unfortunately, he could not completely destroy it because Eternal Sacrifice Wentian's soul is entangled with the second-grade evil spirit in a corner of Su Yan's brain. Of course, if nothing happens, Eternal Sacrifice Wentian's soul can only hole up forever. It is impossible for him to take over his body. However, things have changed. Fire Dance said. What changed? The new Demon King said. Do you know that Mi Zhu is not the first to be addicted to the energy of the spatial rending fire? Fire Dance's face changed when she heard this. Then she trembled and said, Impossible, President Su Yan has never touched that thing. The new Demon King said, Yes, he has not touched it for 2,000 years. But 2,000 years ago he was an addict. His willpower was very strong. He was actually able to get rid of his addiction to the spatial rending fire. Of course, if he had not heard the news of Nera's death, Mi Zhu would have been able to get rid of it. But do you know? When Yang Dingtian suggested letting Su Yan have the spatial rending fire, he should have refused. But for some reason he did not refuse. This is the root of his depravity. Fire Dance felt as if her world had collapsed. President Su Yan was also an addict of the spatial rending fire? The new Demon King said. Otherwise, why do you think he did not care about anything in the Silver Dragon Temple, and did not leave it at all? He was fighting with his own desires. He wanted to get rid of all desires, including the desire for power. So he completely gave up his power. When Eternal Sacrifice Wentian's soul entered his brain, it was instantly suppressed in a corner, unable to move. But then, Eternal Sacrifice Wentian did nothing. He just kept persuading Su Yan. Come, go to the border of the abyss and devour it. Get addicted. That will be like heaven. At this time, Fire Dance's eyes were already red. The new Demon King said. Su Yan resisted for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, for days. But the spatial rending fire burned wildly in his sea of vital energy, making his desire for the spatial rending fire stronger and stronger. In addition, eternal sacrifice Wentian's soul was crazily shouting, making him unable to rest. Because he could not meditate, he could not fight against his desires. So, he finally could not take it anymore, and used the spatial rending fire to send himself to the world of darkness. At the border of the abyss, he devoured for 6 hours. It was like his soul was out of his body. After the first time, there was a second time, a third time, a fourth time. Fire Dance was already sobbing. The new Demon King said, "Do you know how many times he went to the border of the abyss to devour in the past month? 9 times, a total of 9 times. The time between each time became shorter and shorter. Then a noble and powerful soul fell. Once the soul fell, it was no longer strong and became weak. Especially when he was having a good time. The feeling of being in heaven made his entire brain relax. And there was no defense at all. Then at this time, eternal sacrifice Wentian took over bit by bit. Then the quantitative change caused a qualitative change. When eternal sacrifice Wentian took over to a certain extent, he could suppress Su Yan's soul. Not only that, but he also drew out all of Su Yan's dark desires bit by bit. Do you know? One of them is you. Su Yan likes you. He wants to possess you. Fire Dance was already lying on the red-crowned crane, crying her eyes out. The only man who had left a deep impression in her heart had completely collapsed. Her idol had been completely destroyed. Su Yan said, "Madam Fire Dance, do you know who is the easiest person to take over in this world? 2 kinds of people, the greedy and the noble. The more noble and pure, the easier it is to be corrupted. Why? Because absolute nobility is equal to absolute greed. That kind of complete lack of desire is the greatest greed in itself. Because they enjoy this sense of pride in their spirit that surpasses all other species. They enjoy the feeling of transcendence of looking down at ants for the rest of their lives. Just like the immortals on earth, they seem to have no desire. But are they really without desire? No, it's just that the things they pursue are much, much higher. Do you understand?" Finally, Fire Dance stopped crying. She raised her head and said, "What about Su Yan now? Is his soul dead?" No. The new Demon King said, "I still need to use his memories, personality, behavior, demeanor, and so on. So his soul can't be destroyed and really suppressed in a corner." Ah! Suddenly, the new Demon King cried out in pain. Then he hugged his head and said, "Sorry, my 2 soul clones have been separated for too long. Now that they have merged again, it's very painful." Fire Dance said, "Then can you tell me the next plan?" The new Demon King said, "Of course I'm not afraid to tell you, but it's too long. In summary, it's to imprison Yang Dingtian and force him to hand over the greater space technique. Then, I'll possess his body and copulate with Naga to obtain the body of a demigod. But now you want to ruin my plan. I definitely won't allow it, so I'm sorry." Fire Dance closed her beautiful eyes and said, "Do it." The new Demon King shook his head and said, "No, I won't be so merciless. When I can abandon this Chaos Emperor armor, I'm very willing to enjoy you. However, that might have to wait until I possess Yang Dingtian." Then the new Devil King Su Yantian lightly waved his hand. High Priest Huowu fell to the ground unconscious. The new Demon King directly carried Fire Dance's body and flashed back to Mount Buzhou. Then he grabbed a ball of ice and snow and melted it into water. He placed Fire Dance's body into this ball of water. Then, he abruptly froze the ball of water, freezing it to the extreme. Just like that, Fire Dance was temporarily frozen in ice. Finally, the new Demon King waved his hand and returned to Monster Rage 2 and the others. "Punishers, return to Snow Mountain Castle," Su Yan Wentian ordered. "Yes." The Saint-level Punishers did not have any doubts and directly flew back to Snow Mountain Castle. Then, the new Demon King directly controlled Monster Rage 2 and the others, as well as dozens of second-grade evil spirits, and flew toward the Hell Prison. Soon they arrived in front of the Hell Prison. The new Demon King took out a complete key to the hell prison and said, "The key is divided into 4 parts. It's just a facade. After all, this hell prison belongs to the Silver Dragon Temple." The new Demon King opened the hell prison and entered its depths. When he appeared in front of the Demon King's undead concubine again, he was still sitting on the ground motionless. His entire mind seemed to have completely collapsed. Because she was isolated by the energy prison, she could not smell the new Demon King's aura. The new Demon King opened the Devil Queen's prison and walked over. The Devil Queen trembled violently at first. She raised her head in disbelief, and her breathing became rapid. The new Demon King opened his arms and said, "I am not the one on the throne of darkness, nor am I Yongxi Wentian, nor am I Su Yan. But I am the Demon King. There is no mistake about it. I am also your lover. There is no mistake about it." Because of a very special reason, the fusion of the Demon King's avatars was brought forward. And there was also a little accident. The new Demon King did not finish his words. The Infernal Queen's dead maiden immediately threw herself into his arms and wailed loudly. When the second great evil spirits saw this scene, they were completely stunned. Dishibian and Wolingzi were also completely stunned when they saw this scene. What exactly was going on? How could this be? After crying for a long time, the Devil Queen said, "Your Majesty, it is time for us to counterattack, right? It is time for us to exterminate the human countries, right?" The words of the Devil Queen undead concubine were filled with hatred. The Demon King Wentian nodded and said, "That's right, but before that, we need to trick young Dingtian over and capture him." Then, he turned around and looked at Demon Rage II, Chairman Neru, and Demon Li II, and said slowly, "The 3 of you can almost represent the entire Little Western Paradise. I want to lead the Demon Fox clan to invade the human countries, occupy them, and enslave them? Do you plan to be loyal, or do you plan to oppose?" After saying that, the new Demon King waved his hand lightly and released the seal on the 3's profound veins. Demon Rage II knelt down and kowtowed deeply. Chairman Neru was silent for a moment and said, "Can the Demon Fox clan be completely safe?" The new Demon King nodded and said, "Yes." Chairman Neru said again, "Can my daughter Wu Yu live?" The new Demon King hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, "Yes." Before Chairman Neru said anything, Demon Li II suddenly roared, "In your dreams, in your dreams." Who are you? What is going on? Are you the lowly human Wentian? You actually want the noble Demon Fox clan to be loyal to you. You are completely dreaming. Demon Rage II immediately hissed, "Brother Li, shut up. You are the one who should shut up." Demon Li II roared angrily, "You cowardly and despicable thing. I am ashamed of being mighty with you. If a man dies, then so be it. I'd rather live standing up than die kneeling down. You lowly human Wentian." The new Demon King said slowly, "So you are saying that you refuse to be loyal to me and want to resist me, right?" "Of course." Demon Li II said slowly, "I know I am not your opponent, but I am not afraid of death. I am willing to die bravely." "Death?" The new Demon King shook his head and said, "Your Excellency Demon Rage, sometimes, some things are far more terrifying than death." After saying that, the new Demon King's voice suddenly changed. Then, a black hole-like terrifying light shadow appeared in his palm. His mouth was chanting a terrifying incantation. The entire space suddenly wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Then, Su Yan Wentian's demon claw, in the void above Demon Li II's head, suddenly sucked. Ah! Demon Li II let out a scream of horror. He wanted to resist, wanted to fight, but he could not move at all. Amidst his incomparable shock and terror, he felt that his soul was leaving his body. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of becoming a walking corpse. Therefore, Demon Li II, who never knew what fear was, let out a scream of horror. Then, amidst the wails of countless evil spirits, Demon Li II's soul was directly extracted by the Demon King Wentian. Then, he placed the puppet war soul into the soul armament at his waist. The invincible and heroic Demon Li II had become a walking corpse from then on. The Demon King Wentian slowly looked at the second-grade evil spirits present and said slowly, "Everyone, This is the body of a peak saint. Moreover, there are more than a dozen saint-level punishers in the Snow Mountain Castle outside. Not only that, there are more than 20 saint-level experts in the Silver Dragon Temple. There are also 20 saint-level experts in the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall. There are also Dark Wanderers, and more than 20 saint-level experts. As for the half-step saint-level experts, there are countless of them. I can use the evil soul art to extract all of their souls and turn them into walking corpses. Then, your souls can control these countless saint-level and half-step saint-level experts. As soon as these words came out, all the evil spirits present were completely shocked. In this way, not only would the evil ways not be destroyed, but they would also become unprecedentedly strong. As for Demon Rage II and Neru, their expressions also completely changed. If this was the case, then the entire Little Western Paradise would completely fall into the hands of the evil ways. Ah, the new Demon King sighed and said, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. When I was still eternally seeking heaven, I had always dreamed of this moment. Unfortunately, my cultivation was too low at that time. Now I have finally dreamed of it. After closing his eyes and reveling in it for a moment, the new Demon King slowly said, But before that, we have to do one thing. That is to uncover a spy. I know that there is a spy among the evil spirit martial artists who is Yang Dingtian's spy. Before this spy is found, we cannot proceed with the possession. Now, who can tell me who this spy is? As soon as these words came out, the second-grade evil spirits looked at each other. The new Demon King sighed and said, Sigh, it's a pity that I am not a powerful spirit sorcerer. How about this? I will let you go. You second-grade evil spirits will investigate each other and vouch for each other. After 4 hours, give me an answer. Either you hand over the spy, or you guarantee that all the second-grade evil spirits are innocent. Of course, in the future, if you find the spy in front of everyone, all the second-grade evil spirits will be executed. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the second-grade evil spirits changed. Then, the new Demon King brought the second-grade evil spirits back to the underground prison of the Snow Mountain Castle. When Qin Huayu and the others saw this, they could not help but be surprised. Didn't they say that the second-grade evil spirits would be transferred to the Hell Prison? President Su Yan said, I forgot, the key to the Hell Prison is divided into 4 parts. One of them is in the hands of Sect Master Yang Dingtian, and the Hell Prison cannot be opened. Although Qin Huayu had doubts in his heart, he still nodded. Then, the second-grade evil spirits were once again locked up in the underground prison of the Snow Mountain Castle. Su Yan Wentian said to Qin Huayu, Young Master Qin, let's go up. I have some questions to ask you. Qin Huayu was stunned, then nodded and said, Yes. Then, Qin Huayu's team followed Su Yan Wentian and returned to the main hall of the Snow Mountain Castle. The second-grade evil spirits entered the prison and began to whisper to each other, vouching for each other and questioning each other. Before returning to the main hall, Qin Huayu asked, President Su Yan, what orders do you have? The new Demon King waved his hand lightly. In an instant, all the members of Qin Huayu's team fell down silently. The new Demon King Su Yan Wentian waved his sleeve and threw these people into a dark prison cell. Then, like lightning, he floated into the Snow Mountain Castle. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of every Snow Mountain Punisher and instantly sealed their Xian veins and Sea of Qi. All the Punishers, whether it was 1 or 3 or 4, did not have the slightest ability to fight back. In just a few minutes, all the Saint and Half-Saint Punishers were imprisoned in the main hall of the Snow Mountain Castle. All the Punishers sat neatly, as if they were listening to a lesson. 2 hours later, all the second-grade evil spirits had finished their conversation and left the underground prison, returning to the Snow Mountain Castle. The new Demon King said, As you can see, these Punishers are all saints and half-saints. They are all prepared for you. As long as you find out who the spy is, you can possess him. All of the Grade 2 dark spirits were silent. Although they were incomparably excited, they really did not know who the spy was. In the conversation just now, they did not find any spies at all. Was there a mistake? The new Demon King said. You can name anyone you suspect. I will be in the house next door. Anyone can come in and tell me. Then, the new Demon King directly walked into the house next door and waited for someone to tell. The second great evil spirits looked at each other, but no one stepped forward, because they really could not find any suspicious people. Suddenly, a person stepped forward and walked into the house. It was Yang Zheng, or of course Yang Yinchong. He walked into the house and said, Your Majesty Demon King, I suspect that someone is the spy, but everything I said is all speculation. There is no evidence. The new Demon King said amiably, Speak. It's Shimanju, Yang Zheng said, the adopted son of Cloud Heaven City's lord, Shiman Wuya. The new Demon King smiled and said, Oh, why is that? If I remember correctly, Shimanju and Yang Dingtian's hatred is as deep as the sea. Yang Dingtian said, This is a cover for their relationship, Your Majesty Demon King. Actually, even Yang Dingtian himself does not know who the spy is. He wants to find out who the spy is, so he did not kill us. You know that he would rather let us go than kill us. This person is very hypocritical and indecisive. Devil King Su Yintian nodded and said, But that doesn't make sense. The hatred between Shimanju and Yang Dingtian had already started before the evil ways appeared. Yang Zheng said, That's right. I have analyzed it for a long time and thought about it for a long time. Shimanju did not betray him at all. He has always been loyal to Shiman Wuya. However, he realized that Yang Dingtian's situation was very unfavorable. He was not as honest as Yang Dingtian, so he pretended to side with Yang Yan and Qin Xiaobai. His goal was to protect Yang Dingtian. Moreover, after Yang Dingtian became the lord of Cloud Heaven City, he would always side with Yang Dingtian's enemies. After failing one, he would immediately side with Yang Dingtian's next enemy. Almost all the enemies he sided with were defeated by Yang Dingtian. Is there no mystery behind this? Suddenly, Yang Zheng's expression became strange and unpredictable. Demon King Su Yintian smiled and nodded. That makes sense. However, if I remember correctly, Yang Dingtian's kindness to your son is as heavy as a mountain. He even bestowed Cloud Heaven City to your son. Aren't you grateful to him? Yang Zheng's face suddenly twitched. He gritted his teeth and wanted to say something, but he did not know how to say it. You don't have to say it. I understand. Devil King Su Yintian patted Yang Zheng's shoulder and said, By doing this, not only is he not doing you any favors, it is the greatest humiliation to you. Yang Zheng's eyes continued to twitch, and he lowered his head. The Demon King said, Don't worry. In the future, the land of chaos, Cloud Heaven City, and the northern lands will all be yours. Suddenly, Yang Zheng could not breathe. His body was completely trembling. All right, you can leave. The Demon King Wentian waved his hand and said. Yang Zheng said, Then will you do anything? The new Demon King said, Yes, definitely. Yang Zheng said, But I have no evidence. The new Demon King smiled and said, Don't worry. Since you said it, it means you are loyal. Yang Zheng was stunned. He then bowed and walked out. The moment he walked out, he instinctively glanced at Shimanju. Shimanju suddenly started to breathe heavily. Then his body suddenly trembled. Then the new Demon King slowly walked out. Chapter 1100. Boom! Suddenly, Shimanju's body turned into a ball of powerful energy. Like a cannonball, he charged towards the mechanism array of the Snow Mountain Castle's energy gate, launching a suicidal attack. His goal was simple. He knew that he could not escape, so he destroyed the energy gate's crystal array, making it impossible for the Demon King and the evil ways to leave the Buzhou Mountain region and to enter the human countries. This was the only thing he could do now. Boom! With a bright light and a loud sound, he turned into a ball of energy and crashed into the energy gate's crystal array. Between the Snow Mountain Castle and the Little Western Paradise, there was not a complete plane of separation, but there was still an insurmountable energy wall in between. The Silver Dragon Temple used the insurmountable crystal array to neutralize this energy wall, turning it into an energy gate that could be passed through. and the mechanism of this crystal array was responsible for opening and closing the energy gate. It was relatively weak. Shimanju's suicidal attack could completely destroy this crystal array, but he had clearly crashed into it. But the crystal array was still intact. Shimanju only felt that he had crashed into a huge energy net. The Demon King Wentian stretched out his hand and clenched it. Instantly, he grabbed Shimanju through the air. Under the effect of the evil spirits, Shimanju's body, which was originally smashed into pieces, gradually recovered. He was lifted up by the Demon King, Su Yantian, like a little chick. "Don't you have a deep grudge against Yang Dingtian?" the new Demon King asked. Shimanju smiled and did not answer. The new Demon King said, "Moreover, I have already won. Even if you were Yang Dingtian's spy before, there is no need for you to be loyal to him now. Are you that stupid?" Shimanju said calmly, "I am foster father's son. Without foster father, I would have starved to death." The new Demon King Su Yanyan said, "But if I remember correctly, after Yang Dingtian and Qin Xiaobai's battle, you almost killed him." Shimanju said, "Back then, Cloud Heaven City was enveloped by Yang Dingtian and Qin Wancho's forces. If Yang Dingtian stayed behind, he would definitely die. I had to chase him out. Although he'll be badly injured in my hands, he won't die. If he fell into the hands of Yang Yan and the Northwest Qin City, he would definitely die. In the end, this idiot wanted to fight me to the death. He actually used the berserk demonic beast Sword Soul and lost 90% of his life." Yang Dingtian was now the ruler of the human countries, but in the mouth of Shimanju, he was still described as a fool. The Demon King Wentian's gaze suddenly became complicated. "Did Shiman Wuya entrust Yang Dingtian to you?" "No," Shimanju said. "But there are some things that he doesn't need to say. My life was given to me by him, so I will abide by his will." Shimanju's tone was very indifferent, as if everything was as it should be. The new Demon King said, "Then after the great victory, why didn't you take the initiative to confess to Yang Dingtian?" Shimanju said, "I'm like an inauspicious thing. Whoever I side with will die. Although my cultivation isn't high, my intuition isn't bad. I have a feeling that the Demon King Wentian won't be defeated so easily, so it's still too early to talk about victory. Of course, even if Yang Dingtian wins, I don't want to reveal my identity in front of him. That would be considered as having experienced a lot. And I no longer have any thoughts of glory, splendor, and wealth." The new Demon King said, "Then aren't you afraid that Yang Dingtian will kill all the evil spirit martial artists?" Shimanju shook his head and said, "He won't. He's soft-hearted and indecisive. If he doesn't confirm that there's a spy, he won't kill. Even if he starts to kill, he will leave behind a few targets that he suspects. I'm one of the targets that he suspects. He's a very stupid person, you know that too." The new Demon King said, "I heard that when we were in the Empire of Darkness, that spy secretly passed the information to Yang Dingtian, telling him that Dishi Bian is a first-grade evil spirit martial artist? How did you do it?" Shimanju shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's very simple. When the Great Refining Formation is creating the Legion of Doom, it will use up a huge amount of crystals. Therefore, as long as we do something and add some unnecessary crystals, these crystals will turn into excess powder and flow into the river of ecstasy. That's because they show a spectrum of order. And these spectra are a kind of intelligence code that the Council of Light used in the early days. At that time, it was still during Ning Wuming's time. They used this kind of method to pass on information to him." The new Demon King said, "Then how many times have you passed on information to him?" Shimanju said, "I'm not a successful spy. I've only passed on information 3 times. And one of them was a useless piece of information. Of course, I once pretended to be an elder of the scripture depository and passed the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying sword art to Yinyan Shiman. That can be considered as helping him once. Therefore, I'm not a useless person." The new Demon King said, "But Yang Dingtian is already finished. All your efforts have been wasted." Shimanju lowered his head and said, "But I've already tried my best." The new Demon King looked at Shimanju and said, "You're a respectable person. Then, I won't persuade you to surrender." The new Demon King, together with the second great evil spirit, extracted Shimanju's soul alive, turned it into a puppet soul, and placed it into the soul tool. Shimanju didn't cry out. He just stood there as his soul was extracted. After his soul was extracted, his two eyes instantly lost all light. The new Demon King clapped his hand, and Shimanju's body instantly turned into ashes. Shimanju died a violent death, and all the second great evil spirits present were silent. Everything that happened just now seemed very ordinary, but it was enough to shock them. Even Yang Zheng's face twitched as he lowered his head. The muscles on his temples were twitching. The new Demon King walked in front of Yang Zheng and placed him on his head. I know what you're thinking. Don't degrade yourself because of this. He did it because of his beliefs. And you did it because of your beliefs. You took back your Yang clan's foundation. You didn't do anything wrong. The corner of Yang Zheng's mouth trembled, but he could not say anything. The new Demon King opened his hand and sucked. Immediately, Yao Li's body that had lost its soul flew over. This is Yao Li, the Silvermoon clan's patriarch, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, the second most powerful person among the 9 great patriarchs. His cultivation is ranked first among the 9 great patriarchs. The new Demon King said, Yang Zheng, you've done well. I'll bestow this body to you. Yang Dingtian can give your son a lot, but I can give you even more. Immediately, Yang Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he knelt down and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, Demon King. Then Yang Zheng said, But I don't know how to be the Silvermoon clan's patriarch. The new Demon King said, You don't have to do anything. You just have to be cold and disdain to communicate with others. Yang Zheng said, Then how can I help Your Majesty, Demon King, control the 9 great clans? The new Demon King said, Controlling the 9 great clans will depend on Yao Li, this smart and cunning person. You can be a sharp blade. Yes, Yang Zheng said. The new Demon King smiled. Enjoy your contribution. Take over this incomparably powerful body. Then, the Demon King lightly patted Yang Zheng's body, and instantly his body shattered. He used the soul-shifting art to extract his complete soul. There was only a soul that was protected by a second great evil spirit. Whatever Qi heart or Xian veins, they were all gone. Then it was directly injected into Demon Li Tu's body. Immediately, Li Tu's body shuddered violently, as if he had been electrocuted. Finally, the evil spirit, including his soul, spread inch by inch to every corner of his Xian veins, every corner of his Qi. How is it? The new Demon King asked. Yang Zheng raised his arm with difficulty. His control was very jerky. Reporting to Your Majesty, Demon King, it is still difficult to control my limbs. I can't feel the energy in my Qi and Xian veins at all. Yang Zheng said. Don't worry, you need a period of time. The new Demon King said. Then he looked at the second great evil spirits present and said, Now this spy has been caught. What's left is your feast of possession. Then, the new Demon King began to chant a terrifying incantation. In an instant, the entire hall seemed to be filled with the wailing of ghosts and undead spirits. Then, the new Demon King suddenly opened his hand and made a grabbing motion. Whoosh 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 whoosh. All the souls of the saint-level and half-saint-level punishers in the hall were extracted from their heads and turned into puppet souls, condensing into soul artifacts. Then, more than a dozen saint-level punishers and dozens of half-saint-level punishers were all turned into walking corpses. At this time, the underground prison was opened. Many third-grade evil spirits also rushed into the hall. The new Demon King Su Yan Wenshan said, All right, evil spirit martial artists, it's time for your feast of possession. All the evil spirits were ecstatic. They all knelt on the ground and shouted, Long live the Demon King! Long live the Demon King! The Demon King floated in the air, opened his arms, and enjoyed the worship of the evil spirits. A huge energy shield shielded the entire hall. Go! The Demon King smiled. Suddenly, all the evil spirits pounced forward crazily. Second-grade evil spirits enjoyed the saint-level punishers. Third-grade evil spirits enjoyed the half-saint-level punishers. Bang 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 bang. the bodies of the evil spirits exploded one by one, turning into wisps of energy souls that circled in the hall. Under the control of the Demon King's terrifying and skillful hands, they drilled into the bodies of the punishers one by one. The entire hall instantly turned into a Shura hell. However, the entire hall was shielded by the energy shield, and no one outside knew. The warriors of the Snow Mountain Castle were still patrolling and training loyally. Then, all the punishers in the Snow Mountain Castle became evil spirits. The new Demon King effortlessly took away the power of the entire Snow Mountain Castle. He obtained more than a dozen saint-level and dozens of half-saint-level experts. Of course, this was only the first step. After these evil spirits adapted to their saint-level and half-saint-level bodies, they would attack the Silver Dragon Temple. Then, there were the saint-level experts of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall, the Dark Wanderer. Finally, there were the saint-level experts of the 9 great tribes. In the end, all the saint-level experts in the Little Western Paradise, except for a few, would have their souls destroyed and become walking corpses. Then, they would be possessed by the evil spirits. In this way, he would have 70 to 80 saint-level evil spirits, and a few hundred half-saint-level evil spirits. This was undoubtedly the most powerful force in history. The robot Demon King on the throne of darkness was really an idiot. He actually ended up being captured. But after it was me, I could easily reverse the situation and make the evil way stronger by 100 times. Or even 1,000 times. So in this world, we have to rely on wisdom. A few hours later, the new Demon King entered the Hell Prison again, and handed the Snow Mountain Punishers robes and masks to the Dishi Bien and the Queen Devil Queen. He said, "The two of you bring 4 saint-level punishers to the Skull Hall, and take back the door to the human kingdom." "Yes," the Queen Devil Queen said. The Queen Devil Queen and the Dishi Bien put on the punishers' robes and masks, and left the Hell Prison. Then, they flew out of the Snow Mountain Castle, and flew toward the Skull Hall, to take over the door to the human kingdom. The new Demon King looked in the direction of the spatial tear and said, "Everything is ready. I've already set up an inescapable net, and was just waiting for you to come. I really can't wait." Once he captured Yang Dingtian, he could invade the human kingdom and capture all of Yang Dingtian's subordinates, wife and children. Facing his own family, Yang Dingtian would definitely compromise. The Demon King was very confident. Finally, dozens of hours had passed. Yang Dingtian's measurement work in the spatial tear was finally completed. He finally drew a rough 3-dimensional map of the spatial tear. The accuracy was already quite high. After drawing, Yang Dingtian flew toward the spatial tear in the west. He was going to return to Mount Buzhou. There was the most terrifying inescapable net in history. Chapter 1101. The Queen Devil Queen and Dishi Bien had gone to seize the human kingdom's gate. The new Demon King was sitting cross-legged on top of Mount Buzhou, waiting for Yang Dingtian to appear. Beside him was Yang Zheng, who had taken over Yao Li's body. Walingzi's will had been suppressed by a first-grade evil spirit. Although he was extremely loyal, he could not communicate with him. The Queen Devil Queen and Dishi Bien had gone to seize the human kingdom's gate. Therefore, Yang Zheng had temporarily become one of the closest people to the new Demon King. This was because he had taken over Yao Li II, who was currently ranked 2nd in the evil ways. Moreover, with his face, it was normal for him to appear beside Su Yinyan. A few hours ago, the new Demon King had completely cleaned up the entire Silver Dragon Temple's High Priest Association. At this time, Chairman Nehru and Yao Ru II were still imprisoned in the Hell Prison. High Priest Fire Dance had also been unfrozen and imprisoned in the Hell Prison. When the new Demon King entered the High Priest Association to clean up, most of the High Priests were meditating and did not encounter any resistance. Even the High Priests who had joined the Saint-ranked Expeditionary Army immediately returned to the High Priest Association to meditate after successfully capturing the Demon King Wentian. To them, meditation was their main job. Everything else was just a hobby. Perhaps, none of the high priests had thought that the disaster would come from within. Su Yanyan did not make a move on all the high priests of the Silver Dragon Temple. This was because most people in the High Priest Association wouldn't realize that he had been possessed. The first to be eliminated was the Speechless Clan, because they were the most likely to see through his disguise. There were 9 speechless clans in the entire Silver Dragon Temple. Among them, 3 were saint-ranked powerhouses. The rest did not pursue martial arts. These 3 saint-ranked speechless clans had their souls destroyed by Su Yanyan's evil soul art, turning them into walking corpses. Then, they were handed over to the second-grade evil spirits, who had not obtained a saint-ranked body to take over. As for the weak speechless clan high priests, they were only imprisoned and fell into a deep sleep or unconsciousness. Then, he was imprisoned in the Hell Prison. Among the remaining high priests, there were 6 saint-level high priests. Their cultivation was very strong, but their academic attainments were only average. These demon foxes became the targets of the purge. The new demon king destroyed the souls of these 6 sage grand priests, turning them into walking corpses, and handing them over to a grade 3 evil spirit to possess. Among them was Yao Jing, who was in love with the demon fox grand priest, the majestic female grand priest, who had once helped Yang Dingtian. As for the demon fox high priest, due to her special relationship with Yang Dingtian, her life and soul were temporarily preserved. In the future, she could be used as a bargaining chip to force Yang Dingtian to compromise. At this moment, she was also imprisoned in the Hell Prison. Most of the remaining high priests were unable to see through Yin Wentian's deception. Moreover, they were extremely knowledgeable, so they stayed behind and continued to meditate and research. This was because the Silver Dragon Temple represented the highest intelligence in the current chaotic world. If the new Demon King wanted to make greater breakthroughs in the future, he would need this martial wisdom. Therefore, these high priests became very precious. And now, he had more than 20 saint-level evil spirit martial artists, and more than 100 half-saint evil spirit martial artists. After capturing Yang Dingtian, the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall, and the Dark Wanderers would all be possessed. At that time, the number of saint-level experts in his hands would far surpass the number of Ghost Emperor Wentian. Up until now, his new Demon King had taken complete control of the entire Mount Buzhou domain, without any effort. At this moment, everything was normal in Mount Buzhou. The High Priest Association was completely silent. The Snow Mountain Castle's flag was still fluttering, and the security was still tight. The High Priest Association and the Snow Mountain Castle had dozens of evil spirit martial artists lying in ambush. Everything had already been arranged. There were no flaws at all. Even if Yang Dingtian was a deity, he would not have any doubts when entering Mount Buzhou. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was still on his way to Mount Buzhou, and the new Demon King was still waiting at the top of Mount Buzhou for a few hours. Your Majesty Demon King, why don't we wait outside the spatial tear? This way, once Yang Dingtian appears, he will be captured, Yang Zheng asked. Mount Buzhou was still a few hundred miles away from the spatial tear. The new Demon King Su Yanyan asked, "If you are President Su Yanyan, will you wait outside the spatial tear?" Yang Zheng thought for a while and shook his head. No, even if President Su Yanyan is in a hurry, he will be calm. Moreover, we don't even know when Yang Dingtian will come. Waiting outside the spatial tear would be undignified. Su Yanyan said, "Even if we want to capture Yang Dingtian, it will be Jiang Taigong fishing. Only when he takes the bait will it be interesting." Yang Zheng said, "I have learned my lesson." Then, Su Yanyan closed his eyes and quietly waited for Yang Dingtian to appear. Even though he said it casually, he was actually very anxious. Although Yang Dingtian was destined to be captured, he was still very anxious. Because Yang Dingtian was too important. He kept saying that Jiang Taigong was fishing, but almost a few hours ago he stopped everything. He didn't threaten Yao Nu and Neru, and he didn't care about the Little Western Paradise. He just focused on waiting for Yang Dingtian's arrival. To be honest, Yang Dingtian was more important than the entire Little Western Paradise combined. Even though she was completely confident in Yang Dingtian, she was still a little impatient from waiting. Yang Zheng said again, Your Majesty Demon King, why don't you take Neru and Yao Nutu's bodies as well? The new Demon King said, you have to destroy their souls and memories before taking the bodies of these foxes. The Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall's experts were still punishing those who didn't care. They didn't say a word. But the 9 clan heads and the chairman are different. You still have to rely on them to rule the entire Little Western Paradise. Even if you take the bodies of Yao Nu and Neru, you can't replace them to rule the Little Western Paradise. You only got their bodies, not their wisdom and memories. Yang Jing said respectfully, I've learned something. Then, the two of them fell into silence again, waiting for Yang Dingtian's arrival. This kind of waiting without knowing the time was the most torturous. Although they knew that Yang Dingtian would definitely come, they didn't know when he would come. Especially when they had already set up an inescapable trap, and there was no way to escape. Yang Dingtian didn't come for a long time. This feeling was really terrible. It was as if he wanted to break the awkward wait, and as if he wanted to get rid of the anxiety in his heart. Yang Jing said again, Your Majesty, will Yang Dingtian feel uneasy and not come? The new Demon King laughed and said, Do you think I've revealed any flaws? Yang Jing thought for a while and said, Although I haven't seen the situation before, you won't reveal any flaws. The new Demon King said, That's right. How can Yang Dingtian not come? This person is very righteous. Once he measures the spatial tier map, he will rush back as fast as he can. Yang Jing said, What if he suddenly has a bad feeling? This kind of intuition exists. The new Demon King said, You're thinking too much. You seem to be more anxious than I am. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jing said, Your Majesty, I've made a fool of myself. It's just that I've been waiting for this day for many, many years. You can't imagine how tormented my heart was when Yang Dingtian won one victory after another. Especially when he told me that he didn't plan to kill me, and even gave Cloud Heaven City to my son, Yang Yichen. I am really close to despair. Desperately gasping for air, Yang Jing opened his clenched fist again and said with a sinister smile, Your Majesty, he kept saying that he would bestow Cloud Sky City to my son, as if it was a great kindness. But is that still my son? That's already Yang Dingtian's son. If I stand in front of Yang Yichen, I'm afraid he will stab me with his sword. To him, this father of mine might be a complete disgrace. Su Yan Wentian said, I understand. Killing for kindness is more detestable than killing for hatred. Then the new Demon King said, Yang Jing, after capturing Yang Dingtian, what do you plan to do? Yang Jing shook his head and said, I don't plan to do anything to him. Because he wasn't defeated by me. I didn't have any credit, and I don't have the face to be proud in front of him. It's just that my son has become his son, so I want his daughter to become my daughter. Of course, as interest, I hope that one of his wives can also become my wife. Yang Jing's tone was very calm, but the words he said were the most vicious words. I'll raise your wife, I'll raise your daughter. How vicious. The new Demon King smiled and said, But I like you, my member. I'll let you choose one of Yang Dingtian's wives to be your wife, and raise your daughter while you're at it. Yang Jing's breathing suddenly trembled, but he didn't say a word of thanks. He just desperately gasped for breath, as if that moment had already arrived. However, although that moment hadn't arrived yet, it was already close. Carrying the map of the torn space and various detailed data, Yang Dingtian flew at full speed through the torn space and returned to Buzhou Mountain. Because of the huge change this time, the torn space's volume had expanded by nearly 29%, so the flying distance had also increased by 30%. However, Yang Dingtian didn't care about the consumption of his internal force and desperately used the demonic spirit mist cloak to fly. After a few hours, he finally arrived at the intersection of the torn space and Buzhou Mountain. After arriving, Yang Dingtian heaved a long sigh of relief. Through the translucent energy wall, Yang Dingtian found that at least Little Western Paradise wasn't destroyed, and Buzhou Mountain was peaceful and quiet. That was good, as long as it wasn't destroyed. Of course, the entire Buzhou Mountain was still peaceful and quiet, and nothing was wrong. However, the energy wall between the torn space and Buzhou Mountain seemed to have thinned a lot, and become more transparent. Yang Dingtian hurriedly released the dark mystic flame and meticulously carved a dark mystic flame array, constructing a black hole and creating an isolated space. Then, he used an extremely special frequency, speed, and energy level mystic flame to collide. Boom! A magnificent spatial door appeared and attached itself to the energy wall. That's right, it was directly attached to the energy wall and connected the two spaces. Yang Dingtian leaped and jumped into the spatial door, appearing within the Buzhou mountain region. Then he immediately shouted, "President Su Yan, the torn space is fine for now, but the migration of Little Western Paradise must be accelerated and carried out in advance." He's here, just as the new Demon King and Yang Zheng were waiting impatiently. Yang Dingtian suddenly appeared out of thin air and jumped out of the torn space, appearing in the new Demon King's field of vision. Then, just as he appeared, the spatial gate was still imprinted on the energy wall and hadn't disappeared. Yang Dingtian shouted, "President Su Yan, the torn space is fine for now, but the migration of Little Western Paradise must be accelerated and carried out in advance." The voice was transmitted directly using mystic qi and was extremely fast. The new Demon King turned to Yang Zheng and said, "I didn't say anything wrong, did I? I saw through this person. He's very righteous and righteous. He's really an upright and selfless savior." At the end, the new Demon King's mouth was full of sarcasm. Then he slowly stood up and said, "Sect Master Yang, thank you for your hard work." Then, he quickly flew toward Yang Dingtian and opened his arms slightly to welcome Yang Dingtian's return. Finally, Yang Dingtian was caught. The robot on the throne of darkness used all his strength and even lost the entire upper echelon of the evil ways and the entire Legion of Doom. Yet he didn't succeed. Instead, he trapped himself. And as soon as he set out, he was immediately successful. Promotion to demigod was 80% complete. Becoming the master of the chaotic world was 50% complete. The most important part, capturing Yang Dingtian, was about to be completed. Then he was slightly curious why Yang Zheng didn't follow him. He couldn't help but look back. At this moment, Yang Zheng's body suddenly burst into a bloody mist. A few words were written in the air. "Yang Dingtian, run. He's the new Demon King. I'm Yang Zheng." Not only did he write, but he also shouted crazily, "Yang Dingtian, run, 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 run." Chapter 1102. Almost instantly, the dark energy on the new Demon King, Su Yantian's body, instantly soared into the sky. Of course, it was not only his dark energy that soared into the sky, but also his anger and surprise. And when Yang Dingtian saw this scene, he saw the words formed by blood in the distance, and Yang Zheng's roar. Su Yantian had actually turned into the Demon King. At first, he was stunned for a moment. Then all the hair on his body stood on end. He didn't even have time to be afraid, because this had far exceeded the scope of fear. This already meant destruction. The Demon King Su Yantian looked at Yang Zheng with the most vicious gaze, and then his big hand suddenly opened. In an instant, Yang Zheng was directly sucked into the air and held in his hand. Immediately after, the new Demon King's figure shot towards Yang Dingtian like lightning. His position was a few hundred miles away from Yang Dingtian. However, this distance didn't even need 2 or 3 seconds for him. At this moment, the space door was still imprinted on the energy wall of the torn space, but it was quickly fading. In fact, it was just an afterimage and was already ineffective. Yang Dingtian needed at least 3 seconds to create a new space door. However, he didn't have 3 seconds left. In less than 2 seconds, the new Demon King would rush in front of him. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Making a prompt decision, Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to release the Naga royalty sword spirit. 10,000 swords returned to origin. In an instant, countless huge golden sword spirits shot out crazily. Each sword spirit was over 100 meters long, filled with powerful energy condensation, as if they were real swords. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Countless soul swords attacked the Demon King Wintian crazily like lightning. Although the Naga royalty demon core on the soul sword didn't have much energy left, Yang Dingtian was releasing it crazily. Boom 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 boom. Countless sword spirits hit the new Demon King's body. Without a doubt, they couldn't cause any harm to him. Of course, in terms of pure energy level, this Naga royalty sword spirit was extremely high, even surpassing the peak of the saint level. However, the new Demon King in front of him was already close to the demigod rank. Moreover, he was wearing the terrifying Chaos Emperor armor. It would take thousands of martial saints to exhaust all their profound chi to break through his defense. In fact, this was only in theory. Therefore, even though Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty sword soul was extremely powerful, it was completely useless against the new Demon King. Its only use was that its energy would clash and reduce his speed. It wouldn't take too long. Slowing him down for a second or two would be enough. While Yang Dingtian released the sword soul, he quickly used the darkness profound flame to create a dark whirlpool, creating an isolated space. Quick, 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 quick. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Naga royalty sword spirit attacked in a frenzy. However, it had a very limited effect on the new Demon King's movement speed. He was still like a bolt of lightning, arriving instantly. They were getting closer and closer. 500 li, 400 li, 300 li. Finally, Yang Dingtian's darkness whirlpool was completed. However, he had to wait for more than a second. The black hole needed time to devour the isolated space. There wasn't enough time. By the time the isolated space was completed, the new Demon King would be in front of him. He could even control Yang Dingtian from tens of thousands of meters away. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was at the peak of the half-saint rank. To the new Demon King, he was completely like an ant. It was too late. It was definitely too late. There was only a difference of 0.5 or even 0.2 seconds. As long as Yang Dingtian was given a little more time, he would be able to create a spatial door and jump into the torn space. However, it was too late. Everything was going to be over. It was going to be over. Yang Dingtian still didn't give up. He condensed the mystic flame and was ready to strike at any time. After the isolated space was completed, he would immediately strike. It would take a second. The isolated space would take a second to form. The Naga royalty sword spirit was still crazily attacking to block the new Demon King. The new Demon King was less than 200 li away from Yang Dingtian. Soon he would fall into his claws. However, at this moment, boom! Suddenly hot, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Like a small nuclear bomb, it suddenly exploded. An incomparably powerful energy roared out. Hundreds of miles away, snow on Mount Buzhou flew wildly. The new Demon King's body was directly blasted out tens of thousands of meters away, deviating from his direction. It was Yang Zheng. He directly detonated his Qi. Of course, it was the Qi of Demon Li too, the Qi of a high-level saint-level powerhouse. A Qi that had been condensed for thousands of years was equivalent to 100 times the energy of a high-level saint-level powerhouse. Its power was endless. Even the new Demon King, who was close to a demigod's cultivation, was blasted far away. The new Demon King was shocked. How was this possible? People with second-grade evil spirits were unable to self-detonate their Qi. The so-called self-detonation of the Qi was to use the heart fire to burn the Qi, causing cracks to appear and the Qi world to explode. However, when the Qi was burned and cracks appeared, the evil spirit energy would automatically repair the Qi. Therefore, second-grade evil spirits were unable to self-detonate their Qi. How did Yang Zheng do it? Yang Zheng's self-detonation had undoubtedly bought enough time for Yang Dingtian. The isolated space was completed. Yang Dingtian had already prepared the mysterious yin-yang fire, and it crazily collided in the isolated space. Suddenly, a spatial door appeared. After Yang Zheng self-detonated, his body instantly disappeared without a trace. His Xian Meridian's heart, everything was destroyed. The evil spirit energy protected his soul as he suddenly flew out. Yang Zheng's face was revealed. After the spatial door was completed, Yang Dingtian did not immediately jump in. Instead, he desperately said to Yang Zheng, "Come here quick, quick." Yang Zheng's face suddenly froze. At this time, it was already a matter of life and death. Yang Dingtian actually did not run, and still wanted to save him and take him away. He was really stupid. After being stunned, Yang Zheng's figure smiled at Yang Dingtian and waved his hand. Then, he instantly froze and was directly locked on by the new Demon King. Yang Dingtian fiercely gritted his teeth and roared. He fiercely stared at the new Demon King for half a second, staring at him as he quickly rushed over. After the new Demon King grabbed Yang Dingtian's soul, he continued to flash towards Yang Dingtian. When he was still 100 miles away from Yang Dingtian, he could directly grab Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian fiercely jumped. He jumped into the spatial door and directly disappeared without a trace. The claws of the new Demon King only caught a gust of air. He used a crazy speed to rush towards the spatial door. At this time, the spatial door was still there and had not completely disappeared. He fiercely jumped into the spatial door. The spatial door was indeed still effective, but it was a pity. His cultivation was too high, far exceeding the energy capacity of the spatial door, and he could not jump in. He could only look on helplessly as Yang Dingtian jumped into the spatial tear. Then, the spatial door gradually distorted and faded, and Yang Dingtian was standing on the other side of the energy wall, less than 5 inches away from him. He was completely visible through the transparent energy wall. However, it was so close yet so far. No, 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 no. The new Demon King crazily roared and roared. Boom, boom, boom. Incomparably powerful energy crazily struck the entire Buzhou mountain domain. The snow on the 10,000-meter-tall Buzhou mountain collapsed crazily. The energy wall around the Buzhou mountain domain trembled crazily. The entire Buzhou mountain domain trembled. The new Demon King fiercely rushed in front of the energy wall that tore through space. He raised his fist and crazily pounded the place where the spatial door disappeared. Ah, 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 he roared furiously. The indestructible energy wall was distorted by his powerful energy attacks. Then, his body became like a cannonball, crazily crashing into the energy wall. Boom, 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 boom. He crazily crashed, as if he wanted to break through the energy wall and rush into the torn space. The entire energy wall that tore through space was violently trembling and distorting from the impact. However, no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to break through the energy wall. This was equivalent to the enchantment of the entire plane. After countless crazily crashing, the new Demon King finally calmed down. Then he looked at Yang Dingtian through the energy wall. His heavy and rapid breathing calmed down. And then he smiled at Yang Dingtian. You still can't escape, right? You are in the torn space, and I can't do anything. But your wife, children, and his subordinates are all in the human countries, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. I can easily capture all of them. My army of evil spirits can easily destroy the entire Council of Light and enslave the entire human countries. Yang Dingtian's face was expressionless. Although he could see but not hear the Demon King's words, he could completely guess what the Demon King was saying. The new Demon King said slowly, "You must be crazily trying to close the door to the human countries. But I'm very sorry, but it's too late. Yesterday, I already sent the Queen Devil Queen, Dishi Bian, and 4 Saint-level evil spirit punishers to the Skull Hall to seize the door to the human countries." Yang Dingtian was still expressionless. The new Demon King continued, "The Snow Mountain Castle and the Silver Dragon Temple have completely fallen into my hands. Naru and Demon Fury too have already pledged their loyalty to me, and Demon Li is already dead. Soon, I will turn dozens of Silver Palace martial arts hall experts into evil spirit martial artists. I have the void-rending fire, so soon, the Dark Wanderers will also be completely loyal to me. At that time, I will have hundreds of saint-level experts and countless half-saint-level experts in my hands. I will lead hundreds of thousands and millions of Demon Fox army into the human countries. I will completely occupy the human countries, and I will capture your wife and your children. I will use 1 million, 10 million, and 100 million human lives to threaten you. I will use your wife and your children to threaten you." Taking a deep breath, the new Demon King said. Of course, you can completely ignore it and hide in the spatial tear. That way, I can't do anything to you. However, will you ignore the tragic fate of your wife and children? I believe you won't. So you will still walk into my trap and obediently enter my demon claws, right? Yang Dingtian looked down and ignored the new Demon King's words. Instead, his gaze landed on Yang Zheng's soul shadow. The Demon King Su Yintian also looked down and landed on Yang Zheng's soul shadow in his palm. He slowly asked, Yang Zheng, you owe me an explanation. Why? Why did Yang Zheng do this? This was also what Yang Dingtian wanted to know. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.